And I think we have a great symposium ready for you, and I see that a lot of people already been to the sponsor and vendor tables, and I hope you visit them during the morning break as well. A lot has happened since the last in-person botanical symposium. 2019 was the last one we had here, and that's when the Devonian administration take the lead on of our state, and the Devonian administration put an emphasis on the department and the Division of Natural Areas and Preserves, and we've gone through a lot of positive changes, a lot of great changes, and we accomplished a lot. And so it's my pleasure to have our Director Mary Mertz, here to share those accomplishments and kind of the things that we're going to look forward to doing in the next 4 years. And she has been so supportive of our division. I just want to say that to her. So no further ado, I'm going to introduce and welcome our Director, Mary Mertz.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending today's Botanical Symposium. It is great to see everyone as we head into what is sure to be a beautiful spring. Wow, this is a big crowd. We've filled, I'm not going to call my friend the fire marshal, we've filled every single chair and more in the room. That's really impressive, people's dedication to this. So it is really inspiring for me to see so many people who love and appreciate spectacular flora and fauna in our beautiful state. And so I want to start by thanking our partners, the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy, the Ohio State University, for donating their talents and resources to bringing this symposium together. We couldn't have done it without them. Key partners and key players in this whole thing. And I also want to thank all the sponsors who provided support for this event. We wouldn't be here without their help, so thank you. Actually, let's recognize them right now with a round of applause. So it's been a while since the last in-person symposium, and we have done a lot since then. So in 2019, I was new to this group, and we set out with a strong agenda to promote our natural areas and preserves. And at that time, what we wanted to do, what we promised to try to bring to fruition, was first to reestablish the division, reestablishing the Division of Natural Areas and Preserves, and then to really make a meaningful increase in the resources available to protect our preserves, whether that was additional staff, equipment, funding, work on the ground. We made a commitment to do that. We made a commitment to provide much needed updates to boardwalks, staircases, all the infrastructure, so that all kinds of people could have access to see and appreciate our beauty. We wanted to expand our educational programming to provide more interpretation, more on-site signage so people could understand and appreciate what we have out there. We wanted to dedicate new state nature preserves and increase the size of existing preserves. We wanted to continue and improve our fight against invasives and conserving state-listed plants. And so I'm thrilled to report we have come a long way in bringing that agenda to reality. So we've added an impressive 6 new state nature preserves since the last in-person symposium. The W. Pearl King Savanna, Miriam Walter Barrens, Coyote Run, Brinkhaven Oak Barrens, Gladys Riley, Doty Highbanks. All of those are new to the system and now protected in perpetuity, and we're really excited about that. I've had the chance to visit probably half of those. Great visits, and I hope you all have the opportunity to see some of them in the future. We're about to add 2 more later this year. Solon Woods will be our first nature preserve in Cuyahoga County. That's exciting. Blue Creek Limestone Glade. So we have a lot teed up, a lot we still intend to do. We acquired over 600 acres. We've dedicated an additional nearly 800 acres. And the division increased its ecological management in the last 4 years. So what does that mean? So back in 2018, about 2,500 hours per year were dedicated to fighting invasive species over this vast system. But last year, 8,000 hours alone were dedicated to this kind of work. That's an important difference, an important achievement for the future of our system. And if you've been to some of the preserves lately, you'll notice some of them have something new, improved signage, which might sound like a simple thing, but it's really about the people who visit it understanding why it's important, what they have to learn there, why they should appreciate it. Because if we don't do that, we won't have the next generation of folks to protect and preserve these places. So it's extremely important to me that we move on this educational agenda. And in addition to new signage to help people where we don't have staff, last year we hosted 55 preserve programs, a couple thousand attendees, 145 scenic river programs, reached thousands and thousands of people. We have a great presence at the state fair. It's a popular stop to see the prairie, to see the scenic rivers displays. It's a great way to reach out to people. So I think that's one of the most important things we can do, help connect people with all of this beauty and wonder in Ohio. So they help people understand and appreciate what we are protecting and why we need to do it. And so with that focus on the next generation of conservation, we created a new grant program called the Allison Cusick and Daniel Rice Research Grant to help in research, biologic inventory, education. We've awarded close to $40,000 to fund research projects since its inaugural year, last year. So I encourage those with affiliations to Ohio colleges, school districts, counties, nonprofits, be in touch, apply, keep that important conservation work going. And our Ohio botanists, many of you here today, keep making best finds and discovering new rare plants over the last few years. I think last year alone, 3 plant species thought to no longer be in Ohio were found. I know everyone is waiting with bated breath for Andrew's presentation on that is the highlight of today in many ways, and I'm sure he'll have lots of fun things to share with you. We're also working, those of you familiar with the Lake Catherine State Nature Preserve, a beautiful place down south. We're going to work on a new nature center there and continued upgrades to aging boardwalks, bridges, staircases across the system. And we're putting an emphasis on accessibility. So new ADA compliant trails to allow people to soak in the scenes at Chaparral Prairie, Clifton Gorge, Stages Pond. The more people that can access in a meaningful way and in a way that doesn't damage what's around us, we want to do that. So our natural areas and preserves and the scenic river staff play a very important role in our H2Ohio work. If you haven't heard of H2Ohio, they have a booth right over there. I can see our manager standing there. So please check it out. So our H2Ohio work is really about restoring Ohio's wetlands and restoring important riparian corridors to protect our waterways. And back in 2021, we've been going for a little while. We had 44 projects in the works. Today we have over 140 wetland projects in the works on the ground across this great state. I'm so excited about what that's going to mean about water quality, what it's going to mean for habitat, what it's going to mean for protecting our streams, carbon sequestration. I think we are moving in the right direction, and we're anxious to see what we can accomplish. So at ODNR, all our divisions work together. I think you'll see back there booths from lots of different divisions that are part of the Department of Natural Resources. So I was here to extol all the virtues of natural areas and preserves, but I want to step away from that just for a minute to share a few of the ways we've made outdoor recreation in Ohio's natural resources more enjoyable, accessible, some exciting things to look forward to. So how many here have ever been up to the glacial grooves on Kelly's Island? Yeah, so lots, okay. So you may remember it had a beautiful chain link fence around it. And, just, it wasn't a place you would want to go and appreciate. And the grooves are spectacular, right? Created in the last glacial period, the deep gouges in the limestone. It tells this incredible story of Ohio's past. And we have invested a lot of money and a lot of time to make this national natural landmark more accessible. We've added beautiful accessibility features, ramps, beautiful railings, and clear protections so you can better see it, you can better appreciate it, new education stations all along the way. Eventually, we are working on a path that will lead you down to some property below where lakeside daisies have been moved to. It's spectacular. It'll make the whole trip more than worth it, and we are hoping to dedicate this area in May, if it's warm enough to get on a boat and head over there and cut a ribbon. And it's part of our plan to reinvigorate everything we're doing on the Lake Erie Islands. They're so important. So stay tuned for a little bit of news on that. Shawnee State Forest is getting bigger. So the work of our forestry division, new land acquisitions, it's the largest state forest, more than 65,000 acres, and we are growing it. We've adding thousands of acres and securing, protecting, and conserving important land in Ohio for the future. So if you get down to Shawnee, I hope you can enjoy our expansions there. But let me extend it a little further to Ohio State Parks. So we are expanding what we do down there as well. There was a golf course, which was great, but we decided more people could use it, more people could enjoy it if we turned it into a natural area and a campground, and it has views of the Ohio River, and it's just a beautiful opportunity to appreciate the riverfront down there. And that also is an improvement that we will open later this spring. As soon as it stops raining and they can do a few more things, we'll be opening that up, and that will be a beautiful, wonderful place down in Southeast Ohio. And speaking of Southeast Ohio, for some people, an outdoor adventure is best topped off with a wonderful night's stay, and some of you may have had the opportunity already to visit our new Hocking Hills Lodge. So we opened that in the fall, and you walk through the front doors and you just feel its splendor. It is designed to bring the outdoors in. Giant windows, giant natural features, huge stone fireplaces. Nothing can make the Hocking Hills more beautiful. All we can do is try to frame it and provide great opportunities for people to be there and appreciate it. So there's a mezzanine sky bridge, there are patios, it's a gym, and we hope maybe people who aren't used to being outdoors, when they check in, they will feel inspired to hit the trails that are right outside the lodge and go appreciate and learn. And for people who are let me talk about what I'm really excited about. We will open Ohio's 76th State Park later this year, and that is Great Council State Park, located in Greene County, and it will bring the story of the Shawnee and the frontiersmen they interacted with to life through artifacts, videos, educational materials, displays. All of this will be on display at a 12,000 square foot interpretive center, and I'm pretty excited about it. The folks on the construction site sent me pictures yesterday. It is finally framed in, and I said, you've got 5 months to finish it now. So we have exhibit teams. We're working with the Ohio History Connection to come up with great ways to tell the story. And I hope next fall, maybe next winter, depending on the construction schedule, you all will be able to enjoy it. And one of the key people there that will help with that storytelling is Talon Silverhorn, that I think is right over there. And I think you'll hear from him a little bit later today. So we're excited about what we can share there. It will connect us to the Little Miami River, and we will try to figure out how to feature that. Indoors, it'll feature a living stream to help people learn more about rivers and about how they've been used through history. So a lot of the great things we do and that we have the privilege of doing are thanks to you. Your support through the state income tax refund program makes a lot of this work possible, so thank you. These important funds ensure that DNAP can continue to improve trails, control non-native invasive species, monitor rare plants, and protect Ohio's natural areas. And I can't forget all the hours that so many of you donate to help accomplish our objectives on the ground. The Ohio Natural Areas and Preserves Association, thank you. Columbus Audubon, thank you. And so many other organizations that get out there, thank you for all you do to support us in fighting non-native invasive plants, with infrastructure improvements, with whatever we need. So thank you very, very much. So we're going to leap into spring. I hope you get your families, get out there and see all the beauty Ohio has to offer. Our team's been putting together the weekly bloom report. That's sort of a big deal for us, where things are blooming and when. So follow the social media accounts. It'll show you where all the cool stuff is. Learn which flower to look for on your next outdoor adventure. And so with that, you have a great day ahead of you. It is a fantastic schedule. Speakers are top notch. Folks from OhioDNR and from many other places. So enjoy yourselves, enjoy the day, enjoy the spring, and I hope to see you out there soon. Thanks for your attention.
I want to say that, give a shout out to Villa Milano. We've had the symposium here for 8 times now, since almost half of the symposia have been at Villa Milano, and they've been great, awesome food. You haven't been here before. They have excellent food. A lot of people tell me I look forward to seeing you, Rick, but also I'm looking forward to the food. So I really appreciate that all their great service and great food, and they've been a great host for our symposium, and so I shout out to them. And as I want to share with the director, and thanks to our partners. The Nature Conservancy started being a partner of the symposium in 2003, and they've been an awesome partner. Ohio State University Herbarium started as a partner in 2009 when we came here to Villa Milano. And Renee Barranca, she's started in 2009 with the Cleveland Museum of Natural History when they were a partner, and now with the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. And she keeps me sane, and she always does an excellent job with the registration and handling that. Even with online registration, it makes it easier, but still is a lot of work to keep track of cancellations and people coming on and all that kind of stuff. So just want to thank them and my fellow colleagues and volunteers who are here today to help with making the symposium happen. So I really appreciate that. I want to turn the proceedings over to Dr. John Freudenstein. He's going to be our moderator today. And again, thank you so much for being here. So great to see so many familiar faces and be able to hopefully get a few words in with you today, and hopefully get to spend some time out in the field together. And I just want to say thank you and enjoy the symposium. Thank you.
We're going to have to do a little stuff here. We'll have to do a little dance here to key up. Thanks, Rick. It's great to see everybody here. Probably you know that we did the symposium online a couple of years ago, which was the thing we could do during the pandemic. But I think you'll all agree it's so much better to be in person and be able to interact with each other. A couple of housekeeping details just to mention here. We're going to try to have time for questions at the ends of talks, so you can kind of save up your questions for those periods. Also, remember, if you have your cell phone on you, please set it to a quiet mode so we don't have things going off all the time. I did that already, so it won't be me. Please go ahead and visit the vendor section. We have a lot of interesting stuff up there. Individuals and organizations who are supporting this, so that's very good. If you are up there while talks are going on there, please just keep the level of talking down, because we don't want to have distractions for the speakers. And the other thing to just remind you of is that this is a great venue. One thing is the bathrooms are a little limited. So you might want to be strategic about your plans for using the bathrooms, and sometimes maybe sneaking out during a talk or something like that, because if everybody goes at the break, could be a little bit tricky. Okay, I think that's all for our housekeeping details. So I want to begin with the first talk today, and this one is our keynote speech. And it turns out that, unfortunately, Our keynote speaker was unable to actually be here today. So this is Dr. Alan Weakley from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who is a plant systematist. He is a conservationist, has done a lot of work over the last 20 or 30 years in this area. He is head of the herbarium there and probably best known to most people as the author of the current, very up-to-date Flora of the Southeastern United States. That's online and also in book form. So he had a family emergency and wasn't able to be here in person today, but he has recorded his talk for us, and in fact, will be present virtually at the end on Zoom to actually take some questions for us. So, you know, technology allows us to do some of these things we couldn't do before. And so, are we kind of ready to go with that, Rick? Or? So. Okay, so without further ado,
Good morning. I am so honored.
What? Hold on there. Hold on.
Okay, so virtually, Dr. Alan Weakley.
And to have to do this via recording.
Do we have the sound? How do we? He's doing this presentation in mime for those of us who didn't know that.
And for reaching me in the future. So I look forward to interacting with many of you going forward.
Can we turn it up even a little more? Or are we stuck?
Okay, so I decided to start this talk with a bit of a irreverent set of principles, antitheses, that I developed a few months ago for Flora writing and particularly regarding key writing. So I call these the 22 antitheses of Flora writing. Number one, keys are written by those who don't need them, the expert on a genus, for those who won't be able to use them. Two, floras are bound books. They should be as heavy as possible and made with weak bindings. They belong on a table in an herbarium, not in the field. Three, digital products are not real. 4, floras should be written once and not revised. Knowledge is eternal. Did Moses need to go back to the mountain for a new set of stone tablets? 5, floras should be written as dryly as possible. If any touch of humanity or humor appears, or love of plants, it degrades the science. 6, no pictures. There's nothing worth showing that can't be described in a minimum of 30 highly technical words. 7, keep habitat descriptions as general and vague as possible. Woods, roadsides. That way you won't ever be wrong. 8, make sure to use Latinate words that show you are a well-trained botanist. If a sepal is dark, call it fuscus. If it's grooved, call it follicular or canaliculate. 9, glossaries of technical terms should have no pictures. Make definitions technical and circular by reference. Follicular, characterized by having a follicula. 10, if two genera look superficially similar and are often mistaken for one another, make sure they are keyed far apart from one another. 11, start keys with the most technical characters possible, then proceed to more obvious, readily observable characters. 12, in keys, never use vegetative characters that are apparent throughout the growing season when you can and should rely on features of the ephemeral flowers or of the fruits that never set. Plants in sterile condition were never meant to be ID'd. 13, in keys, use terms with general meanings, bracts, without explaining their specialized meaning in that genus. Bracts absent. How do I know that they're absent if I don't know what I'm looking for? 14, in keys, use relative terms based on your own extensive experience. Plants large and coarse versus plants smaller and more gracile. How much smaller, and what does gracile mean? Perhaps the user will eventually acquire that same experience. 15, in keys, use characters that depend on the plant having been dried as an herbarium specimen, leaves blackening on drying. 16, in keys, never use characters that are most apparent when the plant is fresh. Plants should only be ID'd from specimens in an herbarium. 17, in keys, use words ambiguously. Sepals reddish-brown versus sepals mostly greenish. What does that mostly mean? That most of the sepal is greenish? Or that in most of the species that are keyed there, the sepals are greenish? but some of the species have sepals that are reddish brown or maybe flaming hot pink. 18, write family keys using technical and obscure characters, placentation axile versus placentation parietal and often intruded. 19, follow a strict procedure of key to family, key to genus, key to species, key to infraspecies. If someone can't key a plant to the family, they don't deserve to know. 20, early in a key, use characters requiring mature fruits. Later in the key, use characters requiring newly opened flowers. No pain, no gain. 21, the most common species in a state, crops like wheat, corn, and soybeans, should be excluded from floras. That's intuitive, right? 22, keep the riffraff out of botany. No PhD, then why do you think you can use a flora? So I hope you got a good laugh out of some of those, but they're also meant to be kind of deadly serious about how we have historically approached the writing of floras as technical tomes. And I'd like to assert that it's not your grandparents' taxonomy anymore. Taxonomy changes. It's not your grandparents' flora, the set of plants in an area. That too changes. It shouldn't be a flora in the same way that your grandparents would write it. The keys and methods of ID have changed, should change. The audience has changed. There's more of an audience for biodiversity information. And the conservation mission, which was entirely lacking from many floras of the past, should be a direct feature. So pictures below of E. Lucy Braun and John Kunkel Small. So some themes I'd like to talk about before I get into the specific flora tools that we're developing at the Southeastern Flora Project are change in the plants of a region, change in our understanding of them, and change in the names we apply to them. What plants should be included in a flora? Floras as scholarly tomes versus as practical tools for science, outreach, and conservation. Floras as sources of authority versus floras as engaging generators of knowledge. And the Southeastern Flora Project and the flora tools that we are developing. So change. I did a bit of a comparison using Radford Allison Bell, the Manual of the Flora of the Carolinas, a flora I know really well, the two-state area of North and South Carolina, and compared it to our current understanding a little more than 50 years later of all the taxa treated in Radford Allison Bell. And so the change can be characterized in a variety of ways. Species newly in the area covered, plus 23% over the flora of 1968. Non-natives established, plus 6%. Non-natives arguably not established, plus 11%. And natives newly discovered in that two-state region that were there hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, but hadn't been seen by a botanist before 1968, 6%. That's overall a 23% change. That's a pretty massive change simply in the plants that are there or known to be there. Species newly discovered, plus 2.4%. We are currently still describing new species, describing biodiversity in the eastern part of North America. We have still a pretty poor idea, really, of the biodiversity of our region. There is always the back and forth of recognition or non-recognition of taxa, lumping and splitting. Since 1968 relative to 2023, lumping 3.4% and splitting 17.9%. Gosh, that's a pretty disparate set of numbers. Why would the splitting be higher? Well, of course, it's because Weakley is an inveterate splitter. Well, probably I am, but there's some reasons for that, and I'll get to that in a minute. Rank changes, things back and forth, up and down, from species to subspecies to variety. That affects about 5% of the flora. Name changes because of changes in genus classification. That affects about 13% of the flora. Changes in families, the hierarchy sorting, it doesn't change the name, so it isn't as noticed, and I didn't calculate the percent on that, but it's substantial. And then other changes for nomenclatural reasons like priority, gender change, orthography, about 5%. That leaves about 37% of the entire flora unscathed, unchanged in name, in circumscription, or in rank over a 50-year period. That seems like an extraordinary amount of change, but it's actually no greater amount of change than happened from small to fernald in eastern North America, or from fernald onwards and so forth. Change has been the rule. So we don't like it. Many of us resist it, but it is progress, and it does reflect a better understanding, a newer understanding, and better information about the flora. So I wanted to address a couple of quick points also about writing a flora. What should be included in a flora? Traditionally, the rule was all natives and non-natives that are naturalized. Cronquist's 1991 definition of that was thoroughly established, but originally coming from a different area. That immediately raises some questions. How thoroughly is thoroughly? How do we determine? Does it have to be represented in an herbarium? How many times does it need to be seen growing out of cultivation, et cetera? And floras are where the rubber meets the road, where taxonomic science is really put in the hands of users. And so I think in 2023, in an era of global change, of biodiversity loss, of continued conversion of remaining natural lands, of increasing pressure from invasive species, we need to recognize that a flora needs to be a tool that helps us answer those kinds of questions. Clive Stace, in his preface to his first edition of British Flora of 1991, wrote the following, and I've always thought this was a pretty wise statement, and one that I have tended to follow. The flora is designed to enable field botanists and those working with herbarium specimens to identify plants that are found in the wild in the British Isles. This is, I believe, a new criterion. More usually, the origin and performance of plants are given higher significance when deciding where to draw the line between those to be included and those to be excluded. However, when one encounters a plant, it is often not possible to know whether it is native or alien, or whether it has arrived accidentally or been planted, and one cannot know whether it will be there next year. Hence, a pragmatic approach has been adopted. And I think that pragmatic approach is a little more inclusive. I think it's important for floras to serve as an early warning system that notice invasives and weeds to be sooner than later, not after they have become invasive and have spread widely. So things like Callery Dam pear and Fatua villosa and others here are notable examples. Small in 1933 described Ligustrum sinense as occurring as an escape in South Louisiana. Probably now the worst invasive species in the southeastern United States. At least he mentioned it in 1933. It was at least slightly on the radar, although he did not key it. Another sort of issue is related to detecting potential invasives is there's a large number of common horticultural plants that have started moving into suburban woodlands. I don't see any reason why those are not 20 or 50 years from now likely to be widespread in natural areas across the landscape and to have moved well beyond the area over the fence from somebody's backyard who planted it. And so I think these things also need to be included in the floras. It has always struck me as a little bit odd that the flora of the Great Plains omits wheat also. So I think commonly planted crop plants should also be included in floras as we reach out to a broader audience. It just is non-intuitive to have the most common plant in a state not included in the flora of the state. So I wanted to address a little bit the lumping and splitting issue, and that is that I did a study of this from 1933 going forward, and there was sort of this very obvious period of what I call peak lump from about 1960 to about 2000. This is sometimes has been described as a reaction to the excesses of Small and Fernald, who tended to recognize lots of finely divided taxa. And after that, there was a lot of lumping done with no or minimal study and no published account of why the lumping was done. And I think if it's good enough for your elementary school math teacher to say, show your work, I think in taxonomy, we also ought to say, show your work. What is the basis for lumping something that was recognized before? A lot of times it comes across as simply laziness. It's easier and lazier. We sometimes lump in haste and repent at leisure. And we also are looking at different species concepts than those under which a lot of taxa were named. A lot of taxa were named under a typological species concept, and we now have a more evolutionary species concept. And so one will find in taxonomic papers statements like, herbarium specimens of these two alleged species cannot be reliably distinguished. But I think it's important for us to remember that species do not evolve for the convenience of human taxonomists. Our criteria are not how easy they are to sort into two stacks. Our criteria are, do they behave as separate evolutionary lineages in the landscape? An evolutionary species is a lineage evolving separately from others and with its own unitary evolutionary role and tendencies. So we need to look at all available evidence, including ecological, geographic, morphological, DNA, et cetera, evidence to give us the best chance of understanding and describing most reliably what are species under a modern evolutionary species concept. So another thing that a lot of people get upset about is all the changes in genera. And oftentimes the frustration is expressed as those damn DNA people or those damn phylogenists or various other curses and so forth. Changes in genera is not a new thing. And once again, I think we have to take on the challenge and recognize that it's good, it's new information. So Caleb Cushing, back 200 years ago, wrote the following about Nuttall. He has proposed above 60 new genera, chiefly by the subdivision of old genera. And we think here lies the greatest defect of the work, namely in a disposition to innovate upon the established genera, not always on the safest grounds. Thus, to make a new genus Commandra of Thaspium undulatum and a genus Epiphagus of Orobanche virginiana, in separating the genus Juglans into Juglans and Caria, in adopting Desfontaine's dismemberment of the genus Convallaria into Convallaria smilacina and Polygonatum, in confirming Michaud's and Persh's division of the genus Pyrola into Pyrola and Chimaphila. In these and in other instances that could be pointed out, Nuttall appears to us to have ventured upon or assented to changes which the generic differences he has indicated do not warrant, and which materially injure the science of botany by embarrassing its nomenclature and impairing the symmetry of its arrangements. So somebody could write very much the same thing in 2023, and it is maybe good for us to humbly consider that thus it has always been, thus it always shall be. So Floras and other Flora tools and formats synthesize information on biodiversity and make it accessible to a wide diversity of users, or I think they should. Historically, floras are often written infrequently. They are rarely revised, and that leaves us with tools that are out of date and inaccurate in many cases. And I would say also that we have new generations in our audiences with different expectations. So I think we need to put the hay where the horses can get it. Wild plants to the people, in short. So here's the goal, reinventing the flora as a 21st century tool for biodiversity inventory. Make it as easy as possible for a wide diversity of people to correctly identify and learn basic information about the more than 10,000 plants in the Southeast. with current and frequently updates with the latest warranted taxonomy, completely crosswalk to other floras, monographs, and checklists that also contain valuable information, conservation focused, technical jargon minimized, visual with photos and maps, and using modern technology. That's kind of the vision of what I think floras ought to look like. But beyond that, so I think we're trying to do the hard work so you won't have to, or we try to give you better tools to make your hard work more effective, efficient, and fun. But beyond that, I think we also need to, for conservation reasons, I think we need to build a community. And that community-related goal is building a community of people who care about conservation, who will invest in it, who will go out and participate in looking for it and actively managing and conserving it, who care. From Fantastic Beasts, this poster of Newt Scamander as a magi zoologist, I took it off to into some fantasy lands of magi zoology, plant wizards, data magis, biodiversity explorers, phytophilo philosophers, conservation practitioners, transformational diversifiers, protectors of the real world, and just plain folks who care. I think that kind of outreach is critical at this stage in biodiversity conservation. So let me turn to the Southeastern Flora Project and what we're trying to do. It covers the broad biogeographic Southeast, determined largely by the dry line on the west and the line of glaciation on the north. We rounded out a couple of states, New Jersey and Pennsylvania, that were largely unglaciated, but that had glaciated components for the convenience of flora users in those states. Southeastern plant diversity, a rich biodiversity, center of biodiversity on a worldwide basis, especially for temperate, moist biodiversity, over 7,000 native species, a rich and dynamic center of biodiversity for tens of millions of years. We have a mismatch here between high biodiversity, medium survey of that biodiversity, and low conservation status. And therefore, there is an urgency for better tools for finding and conserving biodiversity. I already mentioned that we're still naming a lot of biodiversity. Almost 10% of the native flora has been named over the last 50 or 60 years, including a high proportion of the highest imperilment ranks of biodiversity species, G1, G2, or G3 species. We need to continue that process of looking at the taxonomy, reevaluating taxonomy, and then getting information about current taxonomy out to this broad set of users. So the Southeastern Flora Project covers this area. Many of you all are familiar with the PDFs that we've been putting out, the 2022 pages of the 2022 edition. We've had over 10,000 downloads over the last 2.5 years. And the Flora covers all or part of 25 states and a diversity of physiographic regions. The project is collaborative. Hundreds of individuals have contributed treatments, edits, locations, and suggestions. It's open access and free, scientifically rigorous, kept current, and supported by diverse funding. That funding consists of a substantial part of the funding comes from an anonymous conservation philanthropist who was persuaded that this was an important project because of its impact on biodiversity conservation, but from other donors as well. We also have collaborative relationships, sometimes involving money passing, with NatureServe and the Natural Heritage Programs, the National Park Service, Mount Kiva Center for Study of the Piedmont Flora, the Southeastern Grasslands Initiative, the Flora of Virginia Foundation, and a number of state governments in the region. We also are working in close collaboration with USDA Plants, Flora of North America, and iNaturalist. I think the collaborative process is a critical component of the Flora work that we're doing. We have done spin-off floras and projects of a variety of sorts. The Flora of Virginia in 2013 and the app that derived from that was one of the first of those. We're currently working on a Flora of Delaware with Bill McAvoy and Amy Highland, a Flora of Arkansas with Natural Heritage and university folks in Arkansas, and other projects. So the core team that we have assembled is kind of a dream team. Chris Ludwig, formerly of the Virginia Natural Heritage Program, botanist there, is working with us on a contract basis, as is on the left there, and Katie Gibson in the upper right, probably the best app developer for plant guides and floras alive in the world today, working in the world. She is based in Bozeman, Montana, and we have her on contract to develop a series of 5 apps. Scott Ward on the lower right, a botanist developing a lot of the keys and data, and Michael Lee, data scientist in the center, lower center, key to keeping all of this managed in a database. But we have a much broader set of collaborators here, featuring particularly natural heritage personnel from around the region, but others in academic situations and other NGOs and nonprofits, and simply amateur botanists have critical roles working with us. So the goal of reinventing the flora as a 21st century tool for biodiversity inventory management and interpretation involves this process of putting together a lot of information, serving it in a diversity of ways, and serving information that is not part of a traditional flora and in formats that are not traditional as well. So briefly, to play off a little bit the 22 antitheses, dichotomous keys. So our goal is really to design keys to work throughout the growing season, relying only as necessary and as late in the key as possible on transitory characters of flower and fruit. Minimize that unnecessary technical language that acts as a barrier to proto-botanists. Some technical terms are really valuable and really critical, and others are just kind of a nuisance. I also believe pretty strongly in juxtaposing plants that are similar, even if they're not closely related. And that takes place in the big key, what is usually a key to families, but provides the opportunity for bringing together in a key and juxtaposing against one another, whether or not they're in the same family or not. Things like Polygonatum, Uvularia, Streptopus, Mianthemum, and Prosartes that are often mistaken by the casual botanist. In other words, we're trying to write a flora by field botanists for field botanists. We're also looking at including illustrations in keys. This is a particularly egregious example, the key lead between Gymnocarpium appalachianum and Gymnocarpium dryopterus. Reads, sessile basal basoscopic pinnule of the proximal pinny with basal basoscopic pinnulette shorter than the adjacent pinnulette. What the hell? All that really means is 6 is shorter than 7. So why not illustrate it? Why not have a pop-up that illustrates that rather than trying to read through and understand that gobbledygook? And here is showing that example of a largely vegetative key separating Mianthemum, Polygonatum, Uvularia, Prosartes, and Streptopus. So the means by which we have tried to reinvent the flora is by not making it something that's a word-processed Word doc, but making it something that is a database from which can be generated a variety of tools. And so here's the Flora Manager data diagram. Michael Lee has developed the Flora Manager in collaboration with me over the last 15 years. And here is a finer scale data table that shows this. It's nothing fancy, it's an Access. We probably will move it to SQL soon, but it's been working for us in Access. So this enables us to create flexifloras and florulettes and florulas and flora apps and so forth. We can make a flora of any area or any taxonomic group or based on a species list. The keys automatically auto-simplify when we do that. We can exclude or include waifs or imperfectly established non-natives. We can gray them out or we can exclude them. We can include or exclude maps. We can include or exclude pictures, line drawings. We can include or exclude any kind of custom information available, such as notes on the occurrence of the species within the boundaries of a particular national park. We can include conservation-related or consultant-friendly information like wetland status, FQI, G ranks, and S ranks, include or exclude. So an example of how the keys auto-simplify, here is the key to Magnolia of the Southeast, going down to 12 leads, 12 pairs, couplets. If we do Magnolia of Southern Ohio, it reduces to 4 couplets. And you'll see that we have not renumbered the key leads here, but we can choose to do so. So here it goes from 1 to 8 to 9 to 11. That tells you a big batch of key leads in the middle of the key basically were irrelevant and were excluded, were dropped from the key. Magnolia of Eastern Texas, it auto-simplifies also, but to a different set of things. Key lead 1, 3 different species, then the 5 species here. You get 2 couplets, and you have a key that functions to identify more simply the 5 species or the 3 species than the total key for the region. So we are producing a set of Flora tools, Floras themselves, Flora apps, web apps, and guides. And I want to talk about each of those in just a little bit of detail and give you a feel for them. So the first is a wildflower guide. So a product that we developed out of the Flora Manager was a wildflower guide similar to one that was recently released covering this area. And I, Laura Cotterman, and Damon Waite were the co-authors of this. And we used some sort of graphic key or polyclave kind of approaches, somewhat similar to Newcomb's Wildflower Guide, where you can narrow down using relatively simple things like leaf arrangement, compound versus simple leaves, and flower color. You can get down to a small set of pages with, rather than have to flip through 117 pages of pink flowers and all. So that I think is serves an important need of outreach to folks who are not going to pick up an app or a 6-pound tome of a flora, but who are going to pick up a wildflower guide and who are engaged with it. Sort of a gateway drug into the world of botany. Many of you are familiar with the PDF floras that we've been issuing for over a decade now. And these are available for free download from website at the North Carolina Botanical Garden, where I work. We will be issuing 2023 editions around May 1st. That will include a comparison of changes from 2022. So you can get the full regional flora, or you can get state floras, or you can get a flora spreadsheet. And we've had over 10,000 downloads of these various flora PDFs. That's another advantage of something digital is I don't think we would have sold over 10,000 copies of a $100 6-pound book over a period of a few years. Okay, so on to the next thing. We are rapidly developing and innovating in developing a web app for the Flora of the Southeast. And we haven't widely publicized this, but it is available, and the website is there that you can access this. And It won't work in a remote corner of the coal country of Kentucky or in a deep hollow, perhaps in the edge of Appalachia, where you may not have internet service. So obviously that's a weakness, but in many parts of the region it will work perfectly fine. So it essentially contains all the information that's in the Flora PDFs, but in addition it has some greater searchability. It adjusts to the size of your screen, so you can use it on a phone, a tablet, or your home computer. It has the ability to include photographs, which is certainly a great benefit. So you can set it for different modes of appearance. If you're out in bright sun, you can set it to high contrast mode. You can set it so that it downloads photos or not, based on if you have spotty cell connection. You can search for species by entering any part of the scientific name, any part of the common name, or the first two letters of the genus and the first two letters of the species. So here I've entered COVE and clicked search and got these 5 results. So I was actually looking for Collinsonia verticillata, so I can click on that and I can go to that species, see photos, see all of the flora information, the range map, that it's endemic to the Southeastern Flora region, et cetera. I can jump to the keys or to the family or to the genus, the parent. If I jump to the parent, I can look at a range map within the southeast of the parent, and also move around and navigate to references and things like that. So here is the key. The key is hot linked to the species accounts, and so forth. So a flora in a different mode, a different kind of flora tool. And then I guess the last flora tool that I will be highlighting is the new FloraQuest app. So we had an app out called FloraQuest 7 or 8 years ago. It had a lot of limitations. It was also available only on iOS, on Apple products. The new app will be a lot more sophisticated, a lot more capable, and available on Apple and Android. One of the main innovations in it is that it has a graphic or polyclave or flexible entry key. And basically one can enter in whatever information is at hand rather than following a dichotomous key where you're directed to the next choice. And if you don't have that information, you're stuck. Basically the polyclave approach, you enter in whatever information you have available, and the computer or the phone does the sorting. Also, once you get down to 10 or fewer species, you can jump to a custom on-the-fly dichotomous key of the remaining species. It has photos. It also has dichotomous keys, which will have embedded images soon. And it has all of the standard kind of information that has been in the PDF for a while. The illustrated glossary will be clickable, and then there's some other features I'll talk about in a bit. So also includes less traditional information like wetland status, G ranks, C of C values, and so forth. So an example of the graphic key, if you are in the unglaciated parts of Montane, Pennsylvania, and you have a plant that's growing in a wet place, it's a broad-leaved woody plant, it's a shrub and not a tree, the leaves are opposite and the leaves are compound, you've gone quickly from 10,800 possibilities to 2. You can then look at those 2 or use the auto key and to separate it. So polyclaves, multiple access keys require the development of a lot of data. So we've been developing a lot of trait data that supports the graphic key, but is also useful in a variety of other ways. So just to give you a little bit of a tour of this new app that will be released in about a month and a half. So this is what the front page looks like. So you can favorite things and create lists. There is Information on flower basics like this on the right, and on leaf basics, map of the region. You can configure the app to cover the entire multi-state area for this first app, which is the northern part of the Southeast, or you can configure it to an individual state or to an individual state and physiographic province. Once it is so configured, it will eliminate all the species that are not known to occur in that area. That's mostly a good thing, but could also be a bad thing if you might be encountering a species not previously found in that area. So the graphic key, you begin by selecting a major group like ferns and fern allies. Once you have selected that group, and you can decide whether or not you want to use the location from the GPS on your phone or tablet. You can select various habitat information. If you know that it's in a particular family or genus, you can select that. And then you're asked a custom set, depending on the group, of morphological features. You don't need to answer any of these, but you can answer any and all of them that you are able to. The more you answer, the more discriminating, the more it will knock it down to fewer possibilities. So in this case, in ferns, I said we were, that the fertile frond was very different from the sterile frond, and that the blade was pinnatifid. We are including, there will be pop-up links that will tell you what pinnatifid is, define pinnatifid, and so forth. So with just those two pieces of information from ferns, you get to either Lawrenceria or Onoclea. The app shows you that both are common in Kentucky, and also both are good, common, likely possibilities. So you could look at the photographs of each and decide which one you think you might have, or you could click the Identify Further with our instant key, which will pop up this key, which gives you a couplet that will distinguish between Onoclea and Lawrenceria. Note that the app also has a ruler button that you can tap, which will pop up a millimeter ruler if you have to measure anything. In this case, you didn't, but it's there for available. Let's say you decide that you had Lawrenceria. You can click on Lawrenceria, see other photographs of it to confirm your identification, read all about it. You can also see how you got there, the sort of breadcrumbs of what characteristics you selected that got you to that. You can look at its range map and so forth. You can click to the genus. In the genus here is also a helpful identification notes that gives you a sort of additional guidance on how to tell Lawrenceria areolata from Onoclea sensibilis, and you can access citations and so forth for that taxonomy. So other components that we're including in the app are the hot linked glossary with illustrations under development, a chapter on great places to botanize, where you can look for wonderful places to go see a diversity of plants in your state or region. We also will have a pretty extensive guidance on how to use the graphic key written for the relative neophyte, because that is the real, a large part of the audience that we're looking for, particularly with the graphic key as opposed to the dichotomous key. So here's an example of great places to botanize with a link to a website describing the general communities there and including some mention of some particularly notable species that might be found at that site. So, all of these Flora tools that we're developing, a lot of them have a set of standard features, and here are those standard features. I'm not going to go through all of this again, but I've sort of already described it, that it's up-to-date taxonomy, field-based habitat descriptions, these meant to work as much as possible on vegetative material, range maps, et cetera, detailed synonymy. But I also want to finish up, as it were, with this little diagram that shows some of the different tools that we're developing and their the different things that they have, the optional or variable features between them. So a print flora, you can see some things that it has. PDF flora search, for instance, is awkward on the PDF flora. The web app and the mobile app and the different sort of benefits and failures that each has. So the print flora works entirely without electricity. Yay! But you got no pictures. The web app requires connectivity to internet, et cetera. The mobile app will have the pictures and so forth, embedded in it, and therefore does not require connectivity. So there are sort of different benefits and gaps in what each of the Flora tools provides. If you miss carrying a 6.388 pound Flora into the field with you, I do have a suggestion, and that is that you can always put in a 6-pound dumbbell into your field pack and carry that along with your phone and your hand lens and all. So with that, I'll end and take any questions that we might have time for or comments, but also ask you to send me your ideas about what you would like to see in your Flora. And here are web addresses for downloading the PDFs for the web app. The installable app will be available May 1st at your wherever you download your apps. And I'll also invite you to join the Weakley's Flora Facebook group for updates on progress that we're making, as well as general Southeastern U.S. plant news and posts. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to talking with many of you all.
Let's thank Dr. Weakley.
And this was my favorite talk, and this is now the 5th time I've been giving it, so it means a lot to do it, and we have more discoveries to go through than I've ever had to go, so I'm going to be talking fast. If you're taking notes, I guess take them fast, and I practiced the speech several times to make sure if I was talking fast enough I wasn't going to pass out. I'm glad there's a chair right there. So without further ado, let's get into the 2021 and 2022 Best Finds presentation. So 120 new rare records were discovered over the past couple years, 11 species new to our flora, 6 extirpated species. Extirpated just means we have not seen it naturally in the wild in Ohio in at least 20 years. 47 different endangered species were represented and 28 threatened species. We had finds from 34 different counties, with Portage, Jaga, and Scioto leading the way. As you can see, Northeast Ohio and South Central Ohio, really the botany hotspots, have the best biodiversity, some of the best preserves, and good areas to hike around in, so it's really no surprise that those are always the hotspot regions for the state. I always like to throw a photo up, the Ohio Rare Plant Committee. I think just about everybody in this photo is in the room except for maybe 1 or 2 people. Kind of the names and faces behind the scenes that put our list together. We meet every 2 years to revise it, make additions, deletions, some lively and spirited debate. It's kind of, some of you could probably wish you could be a fly on the wall when we get together, because it's a lot of fun to get together and just kind of nerd out and talk about plants and really get an eye and an idea of what we need to look for over the next couple years, and stuff that's on the decline or stuff that's not as rare as we thought it would be. So just like to throw that photo up. Get into the featured species that are new to Ohio. First is Bailey sedge, Carex baleyi. This is a new state record discovered in Lake County by Tomas Curtis and Sean Pagoshnik in 2021. I'm going to be saying both those gentlemen's names a lot this morning. They found it growing in a seepage area at the margins of a mature woodland with other rare and conservative species. It had been recorded for Ohio a handful of times, but actually all of those were misidentifications, and this is the first confirmed record for it in the state. The species that it was often confused with is Carex lurida, which is a common wetland species. And Carex baleyi differs in its narrower fruiting spikes, narrower leaves, and perigynia with longer beaks. And this is one that should be kept an eye out for up in Northeast Ohio. As you just cross over into the border in Pennsylvania, it does start to pick up. Next is Provancher's fleabane, Origeron philadelphicus variety Provancheri. It's a new state record discovered in Ottawa County by Michael Pape and Erie County by myself in 2021. This is actually kind of a weird and mostly unknown taxon that's currently only known from a few sites in North America, where it grows in a very specialized habitat, which is on like limestone and shale rock, and the splash zones are on shorelines of the Great Lakes and along some larger rivers as well. It differs from the more common or weedy Philadelphia fleabane by its unique habitat niche, and it's also a perennial, comes back year after year, and basal rosettes are really persistent with the Philadelphia fleabane. Most of the times after it starts to flower, the basal rosettes wither away, or just basal rosettes will wither as you get into summer. This thing, I've seen the basal rosettes persist on into really November and even to December. It's a much more smooth plant and blooms throughout the summer. You can see on the photo on the left there that it's plant just growing on the limestone rocks literally right along Lake Erie. Pretty restricted plant that if we continue to look for it, probably restricted to the islands and the limestone shorelines, especially in the Marblehead Peninsula area. Next is narrowleaf crabapple, Malus angustifolia. This is a new state record discovered in Gallia County by Brian Riley. It would not be a best finds talk without mentioning Brian's name at least once, and definitely more in this one. So this is the first confirmed collection, likewise of the Bailey sedge. Misidentifications, this is the first confirmed correct ID. He found it growing as a small thicket of trees along an edge of an upland woods. Differs from our native crabapple by some leaf size and characteristics, and takes a pretty sharp eye to notice it's a bit strange and take a closer look and make this really good discovery as a new species for Ohio. Oops. Next is hairy lip fern, Myriopterus lanosa. This is a new state record discovered in Lawrence County by Sean Pagoshnik and Iris Copen in 2021. They found it growing on a sandstone outcrop overlooking the Ohio River. And the site is also home to Ohio's only known population of autumn goldenrod, so it's kind of an extra special place. I was there in the fall of 2020 surveying the goldenrod and came within about probably 15, 20 feet of the fern and didn't see it. So when Iris and Sean sent it to me and said where they were, I was like, well, geez, they're better botanists than I am, because I missed it and they didn't. So it's a kind of a unique semi-evergreen fern that's covered with whitish hairs and gives it like more of a unique appearance, and could be hiding in similar habitat down along the Ohio River. Last for this is yellowish-white bladderwort, Utricularia ochrolouca. This is a new state record discovered in Champaign and Clark County by Thilo Kruger and myself in 2021, and Miami County by Rick Gardner and myself in 2022. So for the past century plus, we've overlooked and misidentified this as intermediate bladderwort in Ohio. Thilo is an Australian expert on this genus, and on iNaturalist started correcting a bunch of intermediate bladderwort records for this, and I was like, this is like a really rare, weird boreal thing that's like barely collected in North America. Went into the field and went through the key, and sure enough, that's what it was. And we've actually discovered that just about all of our intermediate bladderwort records in Ohio are actually this species. I think as of now, going through specimens and in field work, only one site is actually intermediate bladderwort. So nice species go to cedar bog in the summer. It's all the little yellow flowers throughout the Finn Meadow in there. Going on to featured extirpated finds. Another one, this is newly discovered in Lucas County. Swamp moonwort, Botricium tenebrosum, found by Sean and Iris in 2021. They went to the site to look for Botricium simplex, which hadn't been seen in about 20 years. And that's what this plant was originally ID'd as, but when they actually found this literal needle in a haystack, they discovered that it's not that moonwort, it's this one. And it had only ever been known from Ohio from a series of collections up in Ashtabula County in 1930. And as you can see by the photo, that is a penny to the right of the plant. So, I mean, that's actually a pretty big one too. Other ones were, millimeters tall. So, eagle eyes. They have eagle eyes, better than mine these days. Next up is Jessop's hawthorn, Crataegus giuseppii. This is newly discovered in Cuyahoga and Lake County by John Rainier in 2022. It's previously only known from Ohio from a 1901 collection in Ottawa County. Once again, other collections were either missing or misidentified. And it's noted as actually being a pretty distinctive hawthorn. So it's not as hard to ID, yet it's still rare and sporadic across its range. And during our last meeting in March, we actually listed as a presumed extirpated species to the list, and then John goes out literally a couple months later and finds it, not just once, but twice. So good on John and him and Brian and Tomas, they're like our Crataegus experts along with Dan Boone, so good to always have another one back on our Flora's list. Next is northern fir moss, Persia salego. This was a one of the most important finds, in my opinion. This was newly discovered in Scioto County by Iris Copen in 2022. Previously only known from a single collection in 1982 from Blackhand Gorge. It's a northern species, really rare once you get to the southern part of its range, so it's even extra surprising to have been found in southernmost Ohio. And this population has actually been known for quite some time and confused quite a few people, including me. It's actually grown in a large colony with a common shining fir club moss, and the plant that I couldn't identify was its hybrid with the northern fir moss. That's actually pretty common. Iris went and actually found some of the pure northern fir moss here and there. It's really rare, but it's there and been confirmed by experts. So it's really exciting to get this one back on Ohio's flora after missing for almost 40 years. Next is smooth lungwort lichen, Rickesolia corcescens. This was rediscovered in Adams County by Sean Pagashnik last year. As you can see by the map, it was formerly much more common across Ohio and North America, but habitat loss and air pollution are to blame for its disappearance. This was the first time it was seen in Ohio since 1986, which was a Hocking County record, and grows in mature, old-growth hardwood forest, so that's a rare habitat today, so another reason why it's declined so much, but it's really large and attractive foliose lichen that turns like a nice bright green in the rain. The photo there on the left is in its more dried gray state. So curved tortella moss, Tortella inclinata. This was rediscovered in Ottawa County by Sean Pagashnik in 2021. He's on a hot streak. This was last seen in the state in 1922. He found it growing on a limestone cobble area of an old quarry, growing with some of the globally rare lakeside daisy. It's really similar and actually grows side by side with another more common Tortella species of moss that you need to kind of put underneath a microscope to differentiate the two. And it's not just rare in Ohio, but actually rare throughout the entire continent due to its high specificity of habitat. Going on to featured endangered finds. First is small white snakeroot, Agritina aromatica. This was rediscovered in Gallia County by Trey Scott and Autumn Coffey in 2022. This species has not been seen in Gallia County for a little over 40 years and only makes either the second or third known extant population in the state. Very similar to its common kin, the white snakeroot, ubiquitous weed during the late summer and early fall months. I'm sure just about everybody in this room is familiar with it. But this one grows in usually more open, dry, conservative habitats and as a smaller plant with thicker, smaller, and less tubed leaves. If you saw the two side by side or compared herbarium specimens, they're not too hard to differentiate, but walking by you might just think it's just some of the common weedy stuff. Next is screwstem, Bartonia paniculata. This is a new county record for Jackson County, discovered by Iris Copen, Sean Pagashnik, and Brian Guerra in 2022. They found it in its pretty typical habitat, acidic, swampy woods, and this makes the first record for this species in unglaciated Ohio. The initial discovery back in 2003 and subsequent ones have all been over in the southwest part of the state in Highland, Brown, and Claremont counties. Differs from the more common yellow screwstem by its alternate mid-stem leaves that you literally need a hand lens to see, and short anthers. As you can tell, it's kind of rivals showy lady slippers in being one of the most beautiful wildflowers you've ever seen. That's it, borderline in full bloom there on the left. Next is rock harlequin, Capnoides sempervirens. Talking fast, have to keep going with the water. Rediscovered in Lucas County by Maureen Bogdansky in 2021. This is a biennial species that requires disturbance to appear and persist on the landscape. Tree fall gaps, rock slides, or fire usually makes it pop up. And this actually popped up in a spot where they had piled up a bunch of glossy buckthorn from some eco-management projects, burned it, and then this came up in the scorch marks. So kind of a positive effect of eco-management by our staff. Pretty unique and unmistakable pink-yellow flowers with some blue-green foliage. Really glad Maureen had found this because I had not seen this plant ever and zipped on up to where she found it so I could take some photos and get a nice lifer. Next is little prickly sedge, Carex echinata. This was rediscovered in Portage County by Tomas Curtis in 2021. It's only the second known extant population for this sedge in Ohio. The other one's in a bog down in Holmes County, but both populations are growing on a floating sphagnum bog mat with some other state-listed rarities. And this Carex section can be a pretty difficult group with a lot of the species looking the same and have real small perigeny. You have to put it under a dissecting scope and get out your millimeter ruler and really make some careful measurements. So good eye by Tomas on this one. Another great Tomas find is handsome sedge, Carex formosa. This is a new county record for Sandusky County, discovered last year. He found it growing in a young, moist to wet woods underlain with limestone bedrock and actually kind of an unassuming site overall. But the exciting thing about this is this new population contains literally thousands and thousands of plants over several acres. The only other known extant site is literally just a handful of plants. So from, bleak to a really big population is a great thing. And this sedge is not just rare in Ohio, but really rare throughout its Great Lakes and Northeast region. Velvet panic grass, as you can see, we're in the very photogenic species here. But some of my favorite plants. So velvet panic grass, Dicanthelium scoparium. That's a new county record for Lawrence County, discovered by Sean Pagashnik in 2022. He found it growing down in the Ironton Wayne National Forest District in a power line cut with some other good rare stuff. Previously only known from a single site down in Jackson County that was discovered about 2 decades ago. And Dicantheliums can be a bit of a hair puller, but this one's actually one of the less difficult ones to ID based on its larger size, really densely hairy stems and nodes, and is a pretty dense colony-forming habit. Next, here's a photogenic one, prairie gentian, Gentiana purulenta, the new site for Adams County, discovered by Rick Gardner in 2022. He found this growing on a limestone barrens remnant during a survey on private property. And this is actually one of our rarest plants overall in the entire state. It's only currently known from 2 sites. One is another one in Adams County that at best has about a dozen small plants, usually vegetative, and Lucas County, an oak opening site that literally has a plant or 2 in any given year. This is kind of a cool one. It's a relic of the western tallgrass prairies migration into Ohio about 4,000 to 8,000 years ago, and is at its easternmost known sites on the globe here in Ohio. Bullhead lily, Nuphar variegata. This was rediscovered in Ashtabula County by Mark Warman, Hannah Tromer, and Autumn Bragg in 2022. They found it growing in the Ashtabula River, and it differs from spatterdock or yellow pond lily, our much more common species, by having flattened petioles. The sepals, which you can't really see in the photo, but the base of the sepals have kind of a maroon patch on the flower, and the leaves float on the surface of the water. Spatterdock leaves usually a little more emerge and kind of hang above the water. So good eye by Mark and them for finding this northern species that just barely makes it down into northern Ohio. Small flowered scorpion weed, Phacelia dubia. This is a new county record for Knox County, discovered by Janet Chandler and Beth Waller in 2021. This is an annual species that relies on disturbance and open habitat to persist. They found it on a recently disturbed mossy rock ledge growing along a small stream. This is only the 2nd known population of the species in Ohio, the other one down in Scioto County. And even though the plants are real small and have a brief bloom period, but they are absolutely gorgeous and have like this really pale, almost lavender blue color. Next is Curtis's milkwort. Polygola curtisii. This is a new county record for Ross County, discovered by Rick Garner, Levi Miller, Kyla Montz, Megan Michael, Katie Dunlap, and Mike Pettigrew last year. They found growing on a dry ridgetop in an open oak hickory woodland. And like I said, it's only the 2nd known site in the state, even historically. This is only the 2nd record for it ever. And it's actually just 2.5 miles as the crow flies from the previous site. And at the other site, it grows in an old quarry that's starting to get grown up. And actually, the last time anybody was there was in 2011, and only 1 plant was there. So we don't know if it's still, above ground, but I'm sure if you did some habitat management and disturbed the soil, it would pop from the seed bank. But really exciting find there. Sticking with some purple flowers, we got gaywings, Polygaloides paucifolia, a new site in Lucas County discovered by Denise Gehring in 2022. This is the first new population for this species in the state in several decades. It's now known from 3 sites in the state, all in the Oak Openings region, actually all in the Metro Park and really close together. If you go further north or go into the high elevation of the southern Appalachians, this is a pretty ubiquitous wildflower, but here in Ohio it's extremely rare and very unassuming until you see it blooming, because it's just got these very unique pink-purple flowers. Vasey's pondweed, Potamogeton vasei. This was rediscovered in Trumbull County by Greg Snowden in 2022. This is a kind of a more unusual pondweed for being an annual, and it's actually rare not just here but throughout its entire range. This is a 2nd known population, and actually the 2nd discovery in the state in the last few years. Back at the last time I gave this talk, the online one, this was previously believed extirpated since 1935 before its rediscovery in Lorain County in 2019. And it's just one of 22 native species of pondweed that we have in Ohio, but over 50% of them are state listed, mostly due to habitat degradation and water quality issues. Water plantain spearwort, Ranunculus ambigens. This was rediscovered in Jaga County by Greg Snowden in 2021. Kind of a cool success story here. It popped from the seed bank in a wetland mitigation site following the removal of Phragmites infestation. And this is only the second known extant site in the state, following John Rainier's find in neighboring Cuyahoga County in 2022. You can see from the map, it used to be a lot more common, or at least spread out throughout the state, but really fell off the face of the earth over the past few decades for unknown reasons, but it's encouraging to have 2 new populations pop up in the past handful of years. Last for this section is leathery grape fern, Sceptridium multifidum. This is new county records for Williams County, discovered by myself, Rick Gardner, and Maureen Bogdansky in 2021, and Morrow and Richland counties by Steve McKee in 2022. It grows in open, dry, sandy habitats like fields, barrens, and their woodland margins. And actually, these finds will downgrade the species from endangered to threatened, which is what you want to happen with this. You know, it's nice to have rare plants, but it's always better when they're not as rare as you think they are. Similar to other evergreen grape ferns, but has a more thick, leathery feel, hence the common name. And the pinnae have numerous similar-sized rounded pinnules or lobes. So this is where the end, I like to get everybody in. I can't feature everybody's finds, but this is the rest of them. And this is, I mean, boom, this is where I might pass out because I'm going to be really going fast. So the endangered monkshood, southern monkshood, a new site for Scioto County, discovered by Rick Gardner in 22. The endangered Allegheny vine, a new site for Jaga County, discovered by Sean Pagoshnik, John Pagoshnik, and myself in 2021. That was a fun one. I'd never seen that plant before. The endangered small purple foxglove, a new site for Lucas County, discovered by myself in 2022. You can see the more typical common variety there on the left. There's a few other minute differences, but flower size really is one of the major factors there. But the endangered purple giant hyssop, new sites for Adams and Scioto County by John Howard, new sites for Scioto County discovered by myself, and new sites for Vinton County discovered by Nora Steele and Rich Pendlebury, all in 2022. This is one that's really disappeared over the last few decades, and we recently added it to the list and started to look for it. And these new sites are encouraging finds. I think that might bump it to a threatened species, but still overall pretty rare for the state. The endangered showy shadbush, a new site for Cuyahoga County, discovered by John Rainier in 2022. And the endangered Mugott's ice moss, a new county record for Athens County, discovered by Sean, Iris, and Rich Pendlebury in 2022, and a new site in Hocking County, discovered by Tomas and Rob Curtis in 2022. Threatened Canada milk vetch, a new site for Adams County, discovered by John Howard last year. The threatened bug on a stick moss, the best common name of any plant or moss that I'll say today. A new county record for Lucas County, discovered by Sean, actually the first record for this species for that area of the state, and a new site for Portage County, discovered by Tomas Curtis last year. And that sporophyte that you're seeing there is literally about that tall. So another very keen young eyes looking for this thing. The state-threatened harebell, a new county record for Jaga County, discovered by the one and only Dan Boone in 2021. This actually makes the first new county record for this species in almost a century. Select sites in Miami County and then up on the Marblehead area on the limestone shorelines. That's the only other places we know of it in the state. The threatened rock-loving swan-necked moss, new county record for, you gotta love some of the common names for these things. New county record for Athens County, discovered by Sean Pagoshnik in 2022. The endangered Carolina shield lichen, new sites for Adams County, discovered by Tomas and Sean last year. The threatened brownish sedge, a new site for Ashtabula County, discovered by Iris and Sean in 2022, and a new site for Jaga County, discovered by Tomas in 2022. The threatened bushes sedge, a new county record for Gallia County, discovered by Brian Riley in 21, and a new site for Jackson County, discovered by Sean in 22. The endangered large sedge, new population for Gallia County, discovered by myself and Sean in 22. This is a big lifer for me and the only site known in the state, but we kind of explored a different area of the oxbow and along the wetland and found a little bit more, and that was definitely a highlight for me last year. The endangered nodding sedge, new county record for Lucas County, discovered by Ryan Schrader in 21, and a new site for Jaga County, discovered by Tomas in 2021. The endangered necklace sedge. Some people are probably bored and like, get on with the sedges. These are my favorite plants. So these are exciting finds for me and very photogenic. New sites for Jaga County, discovered independently by Tomas Curtis and John Rainier in 2021. The threatened timid sedge, a new, they named it that because it was a smaller, more inconspicuous thing, and they just found it to be a timid species of plant. New county record for Sandusky County, discovered by Tomas last year. New site for Butler County, discovered by Dan Boone and Brian Wise in 21. And then a new site for Montgomery County, discovered by myself in 2022. The Mealy Fork lichen, this is a new state record discovered in Coshocton County by Tomas Curtis, the lichen master, in 2022. The state threatened bunchberry, a new site for Portage County, discovered by Mike Toth in 2021. Large fruited hawthorn, this was a new state record discovered in Lake County by Brian Riley in 2021. And then, not to be outdone, though, with the hawthorn experts, rough hawthorn, a new state record discovered in Ashtabula, Cuyahoga, and Portage County by John Rainier in 2021. The threatened low umbrella sedge, a new site for Ottawa County, discovered by Rick Gardner, Ron Huffman, and Trevor Zook in 2022. Always a fun find, the threatened small white lady slipper, a new population for Ottawa County, discovered by Jennifer Windus, Lydia Cliff, and myself in 2021. We were doing the 5-year review for the Lakeside Daisy and happened to come across a new patch of this plant in perfect flower. The threatened Ond dichelma moss, new site for Jackson County, discovered by Sean and Iris in 2022. The endangered Clinton's wood fern, this is a new site for Cuyahoga County, discovered by John Rainier in 2022. We only have a handful of this more northern and eastern species. The threatened green spike rush, a new county record for Miami County, discovered by myself and Rick Gardner in 2022. I'm a native of Miami County, and this is a Kettle Lake site on private property that I've wanted to check out for literally years and years and years, so it's really exciting to get in there and find some new cool rare plants, especially in your home county. The endangered bent spike rush, a new county record for Greene County, discovered by Iris and Sean in 2021. The endangered pale spike rush, a new county record for Jaga County, discovered by Tomas in 2021. The endangered tar jelly lichen, that's a good name by the look of the photo to me. A new site for Adams County, discovered by Sean last year. The endangered variegated scouring rush, a new county record for Lake County, discovered by Tomas, Sean, Iris, Chris Poling, and Emmett Roberts in 2021. This makes the first new county record for this species in quite some time as well. The threatened tawny cottongrass, really should be cotton sedge because it's a sedge technically, rediscovered for Jaga County by Mike Toth in 2022. If you're ever in need of a big Q-tip when you're out in a bog, that's the best plant to go for. The endangered striped gentian, too quick. The endangered striped gentian, new site for Scioto County, discovered by Walt Rutzel in 2021. This attractive late bloomer is pretty much the only known extant sites in the state anymore down in Shawnee State Forest. The threatened sharp gloom mannagrass, new sites for Portage County, discovered by Tomas in 2021. The endangered northern mannagrass, new population and much bigger. The previous one was literally a few sprigs. This one had hundreds and hundreds of columns. New population for Lucas County, discovered by myself and Todd Crail in 2021. The threatened long-flowered alum root, new sites for Adams County, discovered by Andrea Avers in 2022. Kloster's brook moss, a new county record for Portage County, discovered by Barb Andreas in 2021. And I had to use a photo of a specimen from the New York Botanical Gardens because not even I, naturalist, there's nothing out there on this. I needed Barb to take a picture of it. Forked rush, an endangered species, new sites for Portage and Trumbull County, discovered by Brian Riley in 21 and 22. The threatened hairy tall lettuce, a new site for Lawrence County, discovered by Sean in 2022. The squirrose-tipped wood moss, Sean rediscovered this in Monroe County last year. It's an endangered species. The threatened limestone adder's tongue fern, a new site for Adams County, discovered by Rick Gardner, Josh Deemer, and Casey King in 21. The endangered Coville's scorpion weed, tiny little annual species, but a new site for Lawrence County, discovered by Trey Scott in 2021. Leah's shadow lichen, new site for Adams County, discovered by Keith Shilstra in 21, and a new site in Adams County, discovered by Sean and Iris in 2022. Good year for this species. The threatened orange-fringed orchid, new site for Lucas County, discovered by Denise Gehring, and a new site in Scioto County, discovered by John Howard last year. I think that's the first new populations for this species in quite some time, too. Another Platanthera, small purple-fringed orchid, a new site for Jaga County, discovered by Mike Toth last year. The narrow-necked Poles moss, this was an extirpated species rediscovered in Portage County by Barb Andreas and Sean Pagashnik in 2021. Knight's plume moss, a new county record for Coshocton County, discovered by Tomas Curtis in 2022. This is one that we put on the list from the most recent meeting. Robin runaway, an endangered species, new site for Ashtabula County, discovered by Sean Pagashnik in 2022. A new state record for split-toothed blackberry in Portage County by Brian Riley in 2021. And Vermont bristleberry, another new state record rubus discovered by in Portage County by Brian Riley in 2021. The Wapato, a new site for Ottawa County, discovered by Trevor Zook in 2022. The state-threatened rock skullcap, this was rediscovered in Hocking County by Rick Gardner, Jeff Johnson, and Steve Flegel in 2021. And then another new site in Hocking County discovered by Tomas and Rob Curtis in 2022. The Midwest spike moss, kind of a funky fern ally, a new county record for Pickaway County, discovered by Tomas and Rob Curtis in 2022. The very beautiful Weary's catchfly, a new site for Pike County, discovered by Brian Riley last year. The state-threatened keeled burreed, rediscovered for Cuyahoga County last year by John Rainier. Another good John Rainier find, a new county record for Cuyahoga County for the state-threatened bushy aster. This is a nemesis plant of mine. I've been looking for years. Anything I think is it is not it, so I am forcing John to take me to see this later this fall because I really need to get the eyes for it. Fragile twisted moss, a new state record discovered in Sandusky County by Tomas Curtis last year. The state-threatened lesser bladderwort, a new county record in Miami County discovered by Rick Gardner, found at that aforementioned Kettle Lake. Wedgely violet, new sites for Scioto County discovered by Andrea Avers, Sean Iris, and myself in 21 and 22. The primrose leaf violet, new site for Scioto County discovered by John Howard and Cheryl Carpenter in 21, and new sites for Jackson County discovered by Sean Pagashnik and Iris Copen in 2022. And last but not least, the threatened southern wild rice, a new county record from Medina County discovered by John Rainier in 2022. So hopefully you enjoyed it. That was a lot to go through. Sorry I went so fast, but thank you very much.
Well, I call liverworts the other bryophytes. And the theme of this talk is that people don't notice liverworts. Okay, thank you. And I have an occasion to go to Philadelphia every so often, and there's a terrific park there. It's called Wissahickon Park, and there's an ancient waterworks. It's actually advertised as Philadelphia's first drinking fountain. It's the pro bono publica fountain, and it turns out to be a great bryophyte substrate. It's basically wet rocks. And one of the ones that's growing there is a jagged germanderwort. It's Ricardia camidriifolia. It's what's a pretty big patch of this liverwort. It's a type of liverwort that's called a simple thalloid liverwort. And when I was there and logged on to iNaturalist, I saw that this was the only observation on iNaturalist of this liverwort. So I thought maybe this park isn't visited by very many iNaturalist users. No, at that time there were about 15,000 observations on iNaturalist, and this was the first one of this liverwort. People don't notice liverworts. One of the other ways to learn about the occurrence of bryophytes and many other organisms is by symbiotic portals. And the consortium of Bryophyte herbaria is an aggregation of specimen records in herbaria across the world, but principally North America. And you can search by a lot of different things. And I searched for this genus in Philadelphia, and there were a few records, and they all seem to be from the exact same location, this pro bono publica fountain, going back to when Abraham Lincoln was president. And the most recent record, other than mine, was it was in 1958 at the exact same spot, but no other recent records. So people don't notice liverworts, and let's try to remedy that. Liverworts are, they haven't been completely atlased for Ohio. We're estimating maybe 170 species in Ohio. That might be a little optimistic. And what liverworts are one of the three phyla of what are called bryophytes. And the other two phyla are the more familiar mosses and the even less familiar hornworts. And what bryophytes are an early evolving lineage of plants that doesn't have the specialized internal plumbing that's called vascular tissue. The other major distinguishing thing about bryophytes, in addition to the fact that they're non-vascular, is that they very clearly demonstrate the two stages of the plant life cycle, the sporophyte and the gametophyte. And unlike other plants where the gametophyte is really tiny, in bryophytes, the gametophyte is the dominant, more conspicuous stage of the life cycle. So what does this mean? Let me go a little Bio 101-y on you and point out the key features of the bryophyte life cycle, using mosses as an example, the more familiar bryophytes. And the more conspicuous stage, as mentioned, of the bryophyte life cycle, and shown here as a moss, is the gametophyte. It's the part that's leafy and green and photosynthetic and takes up space. And as the name implies, the gametophyte, it means gamete plant. It produces gametes, eggs and sperm. The sperm are produced in little sacs called antheridia, and they burst out and they swim to the archegonia. Archegonia, microscopic structure. It's basically an egg in a bottle. The fertilized egg grows into the sporophyte stage of the life cycle, and that stage is the stage that produces spores. And what looks like one plant here, it looks like a plant with an appendage, it's actually definitely two different plants. They're genetically separate. The sporophyte, which looks like a stalk with a spore case on it, because it is actually the offspring of the gametophyte. And unlike other plants, in bryophytes, the sporophyte stays attached to and is partly parasitic upon its mother. The sporophytes in mosses is sort of elaborate. It's got a sort of stiff stalk called a seta, a large sporangium, sometimes called a capsule, and a few accessory structures. And the moss sporophyte is fairly rigid and might last for a few months. So how do liverworts compare with mosses? So here we have a chart that compares their growth form and their symmetry and their sporophyte and their cells between mosses and liverworts. Liverworts can be leafy or thalloid. And thalloid is a word that means sort of an undifferentiated body. It doesn't have a lot of intricacy. And that's why liverworts are called liverworts. It's an old doctrine of signatures thing where it was thought that if a plant resembled a certain part of the body, that it would cure ailments of that body. And liverworts can be thalloid, or sometimes they are leafy, as we will see. There are liverwort growth forms. And one of them is what's called complex thalloid liverworts. And these are several layers thick, the complex thalloid liverworts are. They have some air chambers in the upper portion that's packed with photosynthetic cells. And they often have upright structures that are called gametangiophores that produce the gametes, the eggs and the sperm. Simple thalloid liverworts are one or a few cells thick, and they have their sporophytes springing directly from the surface of the plant, and leafy liverworts are leafy. The liverworts, unlike mosses, which have their leaves spirally arranged typically, liverworts, even the leafy ones, are bilaterally symmetric with two opposite rows of leaves, and often they have a smaller row of underleaves. Hence, most liverworts actually don't look like livers. While the moss sporophyte, as I mentioned, is somewhat complex and long-lived, the liverwort sporophyte is a dainty little thing. It's got a capsule that splits open into 4 valves and a seta, a stalk, which is very translucent and ephemeral. And these only last for a few days, and they collapse after they've released their spores. They're ephemeral. It looks kind of like an olive that's perched on a toothpick, and as I mentioned, only lasts a few days. And since it's so simple, there aren't any useful identification characteristics in liverwort sporophytes. As mentioned, no useful differences between the sporophytes. And there is, however, an accessory structure, a little tubular sheath that the sporophyte grows out of. And this picture is a close-up view of this T-shirt that my brother bought me, and I promised him I would wear it today for the presentation. And it nicely illustrates this structure that is helpful on identification because sometimes it does vary, this little collar that's circled on the diagram, and it also wins the prize for the poorliest named botanical structure in all of botany. It's called the perianth, which is a really bad term for something because a perianth is a flower term, and perianth means around the anthers, which are male, and this is surrounding the female part of the liverwort. It's just wrong. Through the microscope, there's another unique liverwort feature, and these are called oil bodies. They're fairly intricate structures that are surrounded with a membrane and contain some oil. I don't know exactly what their function is, but they're useful in identification of some liverworts through the microscope. So here you can see these oil bodies. One of the sad things about oil bodies, though, is in general, bryophytes are delightful in that even specimens that are days, weeks, months, years old, you spritz them up with a little bit of water and they look good as new. And you can have a second field trip and still enjoy the beauty of them. The liverwort oil bodies, unfortunately, aren't preserved in herbarium specimens, so you have to look at them fresh. But here we see the single large oil bodies of radula, some large granular ones in Lophosia, and really small ones in Plagiacola. So what liverworts lack in the complexity of their sporophytes, they more than make up for in their leaves. Unlike moss leaves, which at the best might be a little toothed, liverwort leaves they can be lobed, they can be deeply toothed, they can be finely dissected, and have a lot more diversity. One of the things about liverworts also is that sometimes they're two-lobed, kind of like mittens. It's called complicate bilobed, and we are attentive to whether or not the larger lobe is on the top or on the bottom. Liverwort leaves overlap, kind of like, it reminds me of Venetian blinds, the way slats of Venetian blinds overlap. And there's two ways that liverwort leaves can overlap. They overlap so that the forward ends are pointing down towards the tip. It's called succubus, and if they're folded back the other way, it's called incubus. The way I tell them apart is that I imagine a raindrop falling on the liverwort, and if the water were to flow forward, it's succubus, and if the water were to flow backward, it's incubus. The most well-known liverwort is this common liverwort, Marcantia polymorpha. And this is the one that occurs in most botany textbooks. It's one of the complex thalloid liverworts. And it bears these upright mushroom-shaped structures, which you could be forgiven for thinking that they're sporophytes, but they're not. They're gametophyte tissue that produce gametes. And in this particular liverwort, the very deeply lobed umbrellas are the female ones, and sporophytes are produced on the undersurface of them, and the merely scalloped ones are the male gametangiophores, or sometimes called receptacles, with antheridia embedded in their upper surface. This species also reproduces asexually by the production of little gemmy cups with like little bird's egg type gemmy that get splashed out by raindrops. It grows as on fire pits, and it also is a weed in greenhouses. Here's another complex thalloid liverwort. It's a strict calciphile called narrow mushroom-headed liverwort, Marcantia quadrata, shown here growing at Davis Memorial State Nature Preserve in Adams County. And again, these little mushroom-like structures are not sporophytes, but they bear sporophytes. And in this picture, you can see two large sporangia that have just burst open to release their spores. Another thing that's unique about liverworts, shown in the microscopic inset, is that liverworts have these special elongated cells called elaters, snake-like cells with spiral wall thickenings that change their shape with changes in atmospheric humidity and help burst the spores out. Purple-fringed liverwort, Robulia hemisphaerica, it's also a calciphile, but not as strict a calciphile. You'll see it sometimes on sandstone that has some calcareous components. In this one, only the females are on the stalked mushroom-like structures, and only the female gametes are. On the same plants, the male gametes are produced in little blister-like clusters behind where the arrow is pointing, behind the female stalks. That's where the Antheridia are. And this is, as mentioned, it's also a calciphile, and here it is shown growing on limestone. The delicate starwort, Asterella tenera, about half the size of the ones we've just seen. It grows on disturbed ground and also stream banks. Shown here with two mosses, Atricum and Nium, is what's probably the most frequently noticed liverwort and recognized as being a liverwort. It has a really large size. It's got this nice patterned upper surface. This is snakeskin liverwort, Conicephalum salabrosum, common on sandstone, sometimes on limestone, sometimes even on the ground. It has a really distinctive odor, scratch and sniff. If it's abundant enough, it's kind of a citrusy smell. And here's snakeskin liverwort with receptacles. There are a few aquatic complex thalloid species that have the sporophytes embedded in the thallus tissue, and the spores are released when the thalli disintegrate at the end of the season. This is purple-fringed Riccia, Ricciocarbus natans. And here it is stranded at the edge of the pond, like it often is in late summer. Floating crystalwort, Riccia fluitans. It's narrow. It kind of has a duckweed-like aspect in ecology. And it also, by the way, is a popular aquarium plant. You can buy this stuff. Simple thalloid liverworts. They're one or a few cells thick. They produce their sporophytes directly coming from the thallus surface. This is a very common one. It's called Pellia epiphylla. You'll often see it on sandstone. In some spots, the sporophytes are so abundant on common Pellia that it looks like a patch of sprouting grass. So liverworts aren't especially important ecologically in terms of the food chain. One very interesting relationship, though, is that this unusual moth, which is the inaptly named gold-cap moss eater, has larvae that feed exclusively on liverworts. The literature about it says leafy liverworts, particularly one called Bizania that I'll show you in a few minutes. But I saw this one perched on this Pellia. And it's a very unusual moth, by the way, in that it belongs to a very primitive group which doesn't have a tubular proboscis, but it actually has mandibles. It's an archaic, ancient kind of a moth. Lyell's ribbonwort, Paleobotany lyellii, it's strap-shaped. It's found in swamps, also found on sandstone. This is a female plant, and this is a male plant. Here on a sandstone block at Stroud's Run in Athens County, it's graced by a simple thalloid liverwort called forked veilwort, Metzgeria furcata. This is a very thin, delicate, light green plant. Through the microscope, we can see that forked veilwort reproduces asexually by producing little budding off little gemmi that break off. This rock veilwort, Metzgeria conjugata, reproduces only sexually. It doesn't have the gemmi. So here's something special found on eroding sand bluffs along the Lake Erie shore. This is common kettlewort, Blazia pusilla. What you see here in this picture are flasks of gemmi, which in itself is very cool, but there's something else that's very unique about this Blazia. It has colonies of nitrogen-fixing blue-green bacteria symbiotically in its tissues, which is a very rare thing in plants overall, but something, by the way, that hornworts also have. So this is a really unusual plant. How unusual? Well, let's go back and look at the Bryophyte portal, the consortium of Bryophyte herbaria. And here are some records arranged in chronological order. And there's only about a dozen of them. The only one in the 21st century is by Sean at Lake Erie Bluffs. And before that is about 40 years earlier by Allison Cusick. And then a few scattered records. So this is a question of it being a rare plant, or people don't notice liverworts. Not really sure. Some liverworts have insanely feathery leaves, dissected and lobed. This is called a tree fringewort, Talidium pulcherrimum. Handsome woolly-wort, Trichocolia tomentella. It's so fuzzy and cute, it reminds me of a golden retriever. Through the microscope, you can see how dissected the leaves of this Trichocolia are. So let's look at some with some more normal leaves. Here's a toothed-leaved liverwort with an incubus leaf insertion. And again, imagine a raindrop falling on the plant. You can see that the water would flow backwards. That's the incubus leaf insertion. This is Byzania trilobita, a fairly robust leafy that's found in hemlock, hardwood forests, sometimes on the ground, sometimes on the rocks, with a twist of lemon. This is the undersurface of Byzania trilobita, showing the reduced underleaf. This is pretty big for the underleaves, but you can see that it's way smaller than those lateral leaves. Here's a real tiny one, wood fingerwort, Cursia sylvatica, which actually grows on rock, not wood. I think sylvatica means woods. That's where the name comes from. And this scene is only about 8 millimeters across. Here it is through the microscope. You can see how deeply lobed the leaves are. Our only genus with leaves that are entire and incubusly inserted is the pouchwort genus, Calipagia. And this Muller's pouchwort, by the way, like many liverworts, reproduces asexually. It produces short, upright stem tips crowned by a bunch of little single-celled gemmi, and it has reduced leaves. Here's greater featherwort, Plagiocula asplenioides. This one has leaves that are folded a little bit, but not lobed, and has a succubus leaf insertion, and the leaves are toothed. Here it is through the microscope, and this Plagiocula, you'll notice, doesn't have underleaves. One of the things that I like to see is when there are unrelated organisms that have a sort of similar growth form or aspect growing together. Here we have, along with the Plagiocula, which is a liverwort, which is naturally two-ranked, we have one of the few genera of mosses, Physidans, whose leaves are not spirally inserted, but rather are two-ranked. So Physidans and Plagiocula growing together in a shaded sandstone ravine. There are a couple of liverworts that are common on bark-free logs. This variable crestwort, Lophicolia heterophila, is one of them. And it has lobed leaves and a succubus insertion. And again, a lot of liverworts are really, really small. This scene is about 1 centimeter across. This is forcipated pincerwort, Fuscocephalosiopsis connivens. Until recently, it was known as Cephalosia connivens. I think that name just means dark, looks like a dark cephalosia. And that's, here's where it's growing. It's growing on a pretty large heap at the edge of some acid mine drainage in a partly remediated site in Hocking County that was recently acquired by the Arc of Appalachia. Subtle differences in leaf size, in the number of cells at the base of the leaf, in whether or not there are oil bodies, whether or not the stems are surrounded by clear hollow cells. Those separate the genera and also the species in this and a few other related genera. There are a bunch of confusingly similar liverworts that have entire leaves with a succubus insertion and no underleaves. This one is slender flapwort, Solanastil gracillumum. It's developed this reddish coloration because it's growing out in the open on the top of a ledge at Conkle's Hollow. Matchstick flapwort, Odontoschisma denudatum. It's entire, it's succubusly leaved, and it reproduces asexually with upright gemmy stems. In this picture, if you recall from a few minutes ago, where we had Muller's pouchwort, they look an awful lot alike, but the Muller's pouchwort was incubus, and this one is succubus. That's how we can tell them apart. This was growing on a sandstone cliff at Lake Catherine State Nature Preserve. Here it is through the microscope showing the gemmy at the tip and the succubus leaves with a nice border that help characterize the genus. So here's one that you can recognize at a distance because it makes decorticated logs look like they've been painted green. It grows so tightly, it's very small. This is wood rust pincerwort, Noelia curvifolia. And the leaves are transversely inserted, and they're very concave. They look like billowed sails. It kind of looks like a sailboat race in miniature going across the log. This is a very small liverwort. The Ohio Moss and Lichen Association has a display at the back of the room, and there's a microscope, and this particular liverwort is available for you to look at under magnification there. Here's a liverwort that's most often seen, but almost always overlooked. This is New York scalewort, Frulania eboricensis. It's so common, it's been called Frulania eboringcensis. And I'll bet that most people have seen this and thought it was a lichen or maybe a moss, but not realized that it's a liverwort. It is. It's a liverwort which is complicate bilobed, meaning folded, but when the leaves are complicate bilobed and the larger lobe is on top, it's sort of difficult to tell at a glance that it's not entire leaved because it's hiding that lower lobe. This picture also, by the way, shows the perianth, so little heart-shaped structures at the stem tips from which the sporophytes will emerge. Those are perianths. Complicate bilobe with the lower lobes smaller. In Frulania, the lower lobes are modified in these little hollow pitchers, which, by the way, are sometimes occupied by little animals called rotifers. And here's a rotifer sticking his little rotifer noses out with a little spinning cilia that catch whatever they catch when it's wet. The genus Frulania. Here's another species of Frulania. This is Azagrae's scalewort, Frulania azagraeana. It's more of a rock dweller than a tree one. Through the microscope, we can see another distinctive identifying feature, these little chains of cells that are called ocelli that help us distinguish this particular scalewort. Here's something you'll see on trees. And again, you can't tell right away that it's complicate bilobed because the upper lobe is larger. This is flat-leaved scalewort, Radula complanata. Through the microscope, you can see that the leaves are lobed, but the lower lobe smaller. And you can also see that it reproduces asexually by producing little gemmi that bud off the margins of the leaf. Here's another really tiny one. This is usually found on rocks, but sometimes on tree bases. It's called Biddlecomb's pousewort, Coleogenia biddlecomii. And it's nice because it has an Ohio connection. It's named for an early 20th century very active amateur collector named Hannah Biddlecombe from Ohio State University, who, by the way, started an endowment in 1934 with a financial contribution, and it still lives to this day as the Biddlecombe Fund. So here in Columbus's historic Green Lawn Cemetery, there's a monument constructed out of what I think must be the worst material ever to construct a monument that you want to last forever out of. And at least, though, it's a good substrate for a liverwort. The liverwort is wall scalewort, Porella platyphila. This Porella also grows on trees. This is at Caesars Creek in Warren County. And the undersurface is really, really intricate. It reminds me kind of like of a M.C. Escher drawing. There's a semi-aquatic scalewort called Porella pinnata that grows on rocks and streams and also trees and swamps. When the smaller lobe of complicate bilobe liverwort's on top, it's a little bit easier to tell. And one of our most common leafy liverworts in Ohio is like that. This is called Scapania nemorea. And it's shown here in this picture beneath a few strands of Bassania trilobata. So the one we're drawing our attention to, the Scapania, it's in the lower half of the picture. And it's called grove earwort. Here it is with sporophytes. And here's grove earwort with asexual reproduction, little capitate clusters of very, very small gemmi clustered towards the stem tips. There's an aquatic earwort. It grows in rocks and streams, in this stream in Hocking County. This is called Scapania undulata. A very common leafy liverwort, it's called sharp-pointed earwort, Diplophyllum apiculatum. It's about half the size of the Scapanias, and it has a slightly different leaf shape. So on the right, we can see the Diplophyllum. It has leaves that are more pointed, and the smaller lobe is also more directed towards the stem tip, as compared with the Scapania on the left. So, frillworts, they're in the genus Fossambronia. They can't seem to make up their mind if they're leafy or if they're thalloid. They look like little heads of lettuce. They're annuals that grow on disturbed ground, and they're identified mainly by their spore ornamentation. Hornworts. Hornworts are the other bryophytes. Worldwide, there are only a few hundred species. They're mainly tropical, and surprisingly, they kind of grow in disturbed places. There's only 3 species in Ohio, only 2 of which you're likely to see. And hornworts are usually included in liverwort manuals because hornwort manuals would only be a few pages long. The gametophyte bodies on hornworts are thalloid. They're kind of like liverwort-like, but they're asymmetrical. They, as mentioned earlier, very uniquely among plants, they harbor colonies of nitrogen-fixing cyanobacteria. And as the name implies, hornwort sporophytes are horn-shaped. They grow by elongating, by adding cells at their base. They have basal meristems, which is also really unusual in plants. When they release the spores, the sporophytes split apart at the tip. This is Carolina phaeoceras, growing on a newly excavated pipeline corridor in Hocking County. And here's our other common liverwort. It's called hornwort, round hornwort, Nothothilus orbicularis. It's growing at the margins of a soybean field adjacent to Dawes Arboretum. This one's even harder to recognize because the sporophytes, they don't stick up, they lie flat. So here's a little diagram where I denoted where the sporophytes are on this round hornwort. So if you want to learn more about bryophytes, consider joining the Ohio Moss and Lichen Association. We have 2 forays every year, and we have an annual meeting, and we have a website, ohiomosslichen.org. And we're friendly people that like to share our enthusiasm with other friendly people. If you want to key them out using more sort of technical features, a pretty good, very good book is one by Mary Hicks that covers the liverworts of North Carolina with technical keys and illustrations. And there's also, looky, I wrote a bookie. More of a visual guide and available here by the Ohio University Press. And I think I will close with a little inspirational quotation that says, "It is the office of the naturalist, no less than of the poet, to call attention to objects that are neglected because they are familiar or obscure, to show the beauty and the charm that lie hidden in common things, to give eyes where there have been no eyes, to dispel the lethargy of the mind, and to quicken the spirit to admiration and to love." Thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker, well, I want to make one short announcement first. The Cincinnati Wildflower Preservation Society is selling prints in the back there, and the proceeds are going to natural areas and preserves. So if that's something you are interested in and haven't seen yet, please know that that's back there. Our first presentation this afternoon will be given by Talon Silverhorn. Mr. Silverhorn is originally a citizen of Oklahoma and is a member of the Eastern Shawnee tribe. He's worked in different capacities with different organizations where he's worked with interpretation of Native American culture. And that's what he does these days in his position with Ohio Department of Natural Resources. And today he's going to be talking to us about native plants and native peoples. So let me introduce Talon Silverhorn.
Well, good afternoon. Is this distance good? Can everybody hear me back there? All right, I see a thumbs up. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Talon Silverhorn. I'm a citizen of the Eastern Shawnee Tribe, and I now work for the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. A little bit about myself and my background before we get started with the presentation. I am from Oklahoma. I was born on the Shawnee Reservation. I grew up, my mother is Shawnee and Wyandotte. My father is Kiowa. And I grew up speaking bits of both languages in the home. And then I sort of had a somewhat traditional upbringing. I worked for my tribal government in the Office of Language and Cultural Preservation, where I was a language student and then a language teacher. And I've worked in museums essentially my entire career. My entire working life, I've been in cultural preservation, historic preservation, and museums. I've worked as a historian and cultural interpreter for Colonial Williamsburg Foundation. I was there for about 5 years. I have worked independently in contract for other museums like the National Museum of the American Indian, the New York State Museum, the Virginia Museum Association, the Oklahoma Museum Association, the Oklahoma Museum of Native American History, and I still work in contract with different museums across the country, mainly in exhibit development and interpretation. But what I'm going to talk about today is just a little bit on the fringe of the scope of what I normally do, and talking about the connection between a very specific resource and tribal communities. So we're going to talk about native plants and their people. The title up there, Jipechki Kihota Tepuewe, means the roots of all of us, kind of collectively. And so I thought that might be a good title, kind of talking about how connected things are. We're going to talk maybe a little about some things that you're familiar with, maybe some things that you're not familiar with. We're going to highlight a couple of key concepts about the environment, human connections to the environment, and how we alter it, and then some compare and contrast between tribal and non-tribal management of lands and resources, and some of those types of things. So, and then we'll have some time for some questions at the end. So don't ask me any hard questions. Yeah, so the slower, yes. So the title is Jipechki Kihota Tepuewe. So the I's, the double I sound is an E sound. All other vowels are essentially their long sound except for the E's, which are an A sound. So Jipechki Kihota Tepuewe. And you'll see several other Shawnee words. This is a standard orthography, so we've actually haven't had a written language for a very long time. So this this writing system came out 1 or 2 years ago. I'm still getting used to it because I grew up reading and writing in a completely different way. So I kind of grumble about having to write in the new form. So you'll see a mix in here. But I want to start off, we're going to jump right into this, so with some things that you guys are probably very familiar with. So this is a map of some different glacial plains here in Ohio and Indiana, and some different glacial time periods. One thing that you'll notice, especially when we're talking about some of the earlier parts of these slides, not my field of expertise. So I have, in every case that I give you a piece of data or information, I have linked to the article or the publication that this comes from. So I will let the experts speak for themselves. I'm simply kind of highlighting some of the points of their own works. So looking at kind of how the geology of this area influences the environment, this is a glacial map of Ohio. I do believe this one came from a DNR publication. Chuck Salmons probably recognizes it. But I wanted to highlight just how important this is to the foundations of our natural resource world and how we as people, as humans, interact with it no matter what culture we're coming from. The glaciers had an enormous impact. They flattened large parts of Ohio. They belt sanded some of it down to flat, and they left some areas like southern Ohio. You see this relatively, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen like you can see what I'm doing. You can see some of these areas down there near Monroe and Morgan and Meigs, Lawrence County, Scioto County, all of these lower parts of Ohio, relatively still fairly mountainous. And I wanted to highlight just how diverse geologically and environmentally Ohio is. I come from Oklahoma, which is one of the most geologically and diverse states in the country. Ohio is actually another one of these very, very diverse states in the country. And so this kind of has a profound impact on the way that the environment developed. So maybe not. No. I didn't do that. Sorry, there's a little bit of seems to be a lag. I've got the spinny wheel of death now. We'll give it just a second. I'm hoping that this doesn't, there we go. Hopefully that doesn't act up again. So glacial paths affect distribution. So these two maps right here are maps that show some data about how two particular species, one is white oaks and one is river birch, are affected by glacial movements. So the distribution of these particular plants, both of which we have traditional uses for, have been affected by glacial movements. There's more information in that link there, but just kind of hammering home the point that the glaciers laid the foundation for a lot of what we recognize as our environment here. Yes? Oh, it's not the curtain. I think it's the projector angle. I apologize for that. I don't think I can really do a whole lot about that one, but yeah. Well, we'll do our best. And the PowerPoint, I'll try and make the PowerPoint available for anybody that wants it, so you can have the whole codes. I apologize that those aren't as visible as they need to be. But the key takeaway for the early part of this is that glacial paths have a profound impact on the distribution of plants. So coming from the end of the last ice age, one of the things that's not really well understood by many people, especially when we start talking about American Indian history or human history in particular, when it comes to the peopling of North America, most people get hung up on where did the first people come from. And we try to narrow it down to, I think there's a bad habit of trying to narrow it down to one source. What is the way that people came here to North America? What is the first peopling of a particular area? And oftentimes it's a lot more complicated than just the first people came from here, right? Most of us, I think, grew up with the hypothesis and the theory that people to North America came from the Bering Land Bridge. Glaciers had a profound impact on the peopling of places as well. The ice-free corridor, talking about Beringia from Siberia to North America, would have been a desolate place. Imagine a half-mile thick sheet of ice pressing everything for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. If you've ever lifted a kiddie pool up off a place where you've had it for a long time, there's not a whole lot to eat there. There's not a lot of animals making their homes there. And so if you're thinking about, what a freshly deglaciated area is going to look like and how that's going to develop, you add humans into the mix and you have something that's really interesting. So this here, does anybody know where this is just at a glance? It's who said Meadowcroft? It is Meadowcroft. So this is the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter site in Avella, Pennsylvania. This is a very, very interesting site. It's one of my favorite places to interpret. Last year I gave a presentation for the Pennsylvania Archaeological Society on body modification and archaeological forms of self-improvement here at Meadowcroft. And Dr. Jim Adavasio and Dave Schofield are really great. They look after this site. And one of the things that we talk a lot about at Meadowcroft in particular, this area that you're looking at here is one of the main ongoing archaeological sites at the Meadowcroft site. What you're looking at here is what's called the deep pit. And the deep pit is really interesting because this is in a rock overhang. And this site has been inhabited, the oldest radiocarbon date with human evidence in it is around 19,000 years. So there's almost 20,000 years of human history at this site, and that continues on for tens of thousands of years. There's not really a whole lot of time that this has ever left absent by people. But when we're thinking about early ancestors and the early people of Ohio, there's also another bad habit to represent the way that these people are living as a very, what you would say, a very animal-focused people and culture. So if you looked purely at artworks and visual interpretations of early people, especially at the end of the last ice age, you would think that they ate nothing but woolly mammoth, because every single picture is just 3 or 4 guys poking spears into the sides of mastodons and mammoths, right? And so if you looked at nothing but the artistic interpretations of early peoples, you would think that they had a very, very hard time going to the bathroom. But these people, the people that lived in Meadowcroft, the people that were using this as seasonal shelter, which is what we most likely think that this place was being used as, not for a couple of reasons, but it may come as a surprise that as an average, more than 80% of the food consumed by the people who are living here is plant food. That's actually not an uncommon thing. When we look at early peoples, when we look at our ancestors, there's not a whole lot of points in time that we see meat and the consumption of hunted foods and fauna outweigh the consumption of flora. And so things like wild seeds, like hackberry, and some others, and small mammals make up the minority, but primarily plant foods. Now, another thing that Dr. Adivasio will often highlight is there are the remains of basketry at this site, what looks to be bark strips woven together. It's carbonized, which is why it's been preserved. But plants played an enormous role from the very first evidence of human activity in this region all the way to the living cultures of today who have been removed from Ohio now. But I just wanted to bring up this site because this is one of the oldest sites in our periphery. It's maybe about, 5-6 miles on the Pennsylvania side of the Ohio River. So even though it's not in the state, it is certainly in our vicinity. And if they had to get to Pennsylvania, they had to come through here. And so between 19,000 and about 15,000 years before now, people are really beginning to establish themselves here in the Ohio region. We're waiting. I don't know what's going on with the PowerPoint. I apologize. So this is, nope. I know it's going to do something weird. No, it's not. So this is me and my family. This is myself, my brother, and my partner. And this is actually us interpreting at the Meadowcroft site. We do living history occasionally as a way to really hone in on specific topics. Most of the time when I'm interpreting, I'm dressed like I am now. But looking at kind of how plants are used in this particular picture, you can think about, even though my brother here is holding his atlatl, posing and flexing for the camera, the person that you're looking at, as interpreted, would have been more familiar with the green things behind him than he would have been with what he was hunting with that atlatl. The stems of different shrubs and trees and saplings that we would have used to make darts, the medicines that we use for our bodies, the cords that our necklaces are strung on, the fibers that cloak is woven from, the cattails that home is made from, the wood that we're burning, what burns well, what doesn't burn well, et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera, et cetera. So the daily lives of people who are living, 5,000, 10,000, 19,000 years, it doesn't matter. The most readily accessible resource to them and the most diverse resource available to them at any given time, no matter the time of year, is the plants around them. So this is a quote from Braiding Sweetgrass. I am in a room full of botanists. How many of you have read Braiding Sweetgrass? Okay. Just wanted to see. If you haven't, I do have a link to the book. I have 3/4 of a link to the book. But this is a quote from Braiding Sweetgrass. Robin Wall Kimmerer has several other publications, just so you know, and all of them are very good, but I particularly like this in context to how we're talking about how Native people relate to the environment. So to be native to a place, we must learn to speak its language. And I think the continuation of this quote talks about the difference between First Peoples and tribal peoples and naturalized peoples. The fact that people can be naturalized to an environment. They can learn to live in a particular way with a particular environment. The difference being that environments like freshly deglaciated Ohio 12,000 years ago already had people living here and were co-evolving, were co-growing with its first peoples. And so we had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of a head start than people who are maybe a little bit newer to the equation. But that doesn't mean that you can't achieve the same level of understanding with the environment. So I really enjoyed this quote, and that leads me to the next point, which is that humans shape nature. So another thing that gets often misinterpreted and misunderstood and misrepresented, especially when we're talking about North America, there's a huge mythology built around the idea of wilderness. So how many of you have know what I'm talking about right off the bat? The myth of wilderness, right? When we're talking about these pristine, uninhabited, perfect, unadulterated environments in the world. For the last 12,000 years, there's very, very little chance that you have seen an unaltered environment because for the last 12,000 years, over 3/4 of the world's landmass has been actively shaped by people. If you look at this small graph down here, this little red dot up in the corner up there, and that little purple line there, those are inhabited areas. Those are particularly human inhabited places, but all of this is pretty much all human inhabited. This small sort of bluish white and gray section down in there is not human altered. So that is a very small portion of the world's landmass that is not altered by humans. So the myth of wilderness kind of helps to reinforce a lot of the ideas and misinterpretations around North America's first people, Ohio's first people, in that we had a very small footprint in the environment. I want to introduce you to some people who will prove that wrong. In 3, 2, 1. Hey. So there's no way that we can talk about the alterations of environment and the shaping of the world around you to your own liking without talking about the Adena and the Hopewell. Now these are this is some artwork that I did based off of archaeological information, things like skull data and recreations of individual pieces like that pipe, his small gorget that he's wearing, the ear spools. Those are all made to the dimensions of original artifacts. His tattoos on this guy's face come from individual clay renderings that Hopewell people made of themselves. So this is just some artwork that I did representing Hopewell and Adena people as they might have looked in their lifetimes. But these people were masters of environmental manipulation, not only in the earthworks that they built, which is by far the most famous impact that they've left behind, even though most of the earthworks that they created are now gone. Even in the late 18th century, Thomas Jefferson notes in his encyclopedia notes on the state of Virginia that the Indian monuments, as he called them, are rapidly disappearing, that they are being destroyed at an alarming rate, plowed over by fields, and simply being destroyed out of wanton carelessness. And so for the last several centuries, the earthworks that we know and are familiar with are the minute remnants of ones that were created thousands and thousands of years ago. These are two of those earthworks. This is North Fork Works, and this one is the Hopeton Works. Both of these are down south near Chillicothe, Ohio. Very, very cool sites. Very interesting to visit today. North Fork is enormous. This doesn't really give a grand sense of scale, but these earthworks are enormous. So the Hopewell and Adena are masters of understanding the world around them and how to manipulate it. And one of the most significant things that they contributed to or helped to develop is something known as the Eastern Agricultural Complex. How many of you know what I'm talking about when I say the Eastern Agricultural Complex? So the Eastern Agricultural Complex is sort of this pre-corn system of agriculture here in North America, particularly east of the Mississippi River. There are other systems of agriculture and permaculture that develop across North America, but kind of focusing back into Ohio, corn hasn't always been here. Now, I know that Indians and corn are as synonymous as bubblegum and walking, but there was a time when we did not have corn. And that time, most of the things that people were growing and eating, at least locally, are things like squashes of different varieties, some of which ancient varieties of squash have been revived. There's some really cool revitalized seeds that have come out of particularly like the Southwest, which we know had contact here in Ohio. But these three in particular are the big hitters. Does anybody know what the one on the far left is? Yes? It is little barley. And I apologize, I don't have scientific names for anything. So you're just gonna have to deal with that. So the one in the middle, what's the one in the middle? Yep, sumpweed. And then this one here, lamb's quarters or goosefoot, right? So now there are some varieties of these that were being grown more predominantly that are not around today. We do have remnants of them, such as a seed bag from Mammoth Bluff Cave in Arkansas. I do believe the University of Arkansas has a whole twined bag. I think it's a nettle twined bag full, like 2 pounds worth of goosefoot seeds of the ancient variety that are no longer viable today. So when we're talking about the development of these cultures, when we're talking about the development of agriculture, the alterations of environment, this is kind of the highlight in this section, which is that we have been changing the world around us for a very long time, long enough to run into some problems. There is a mythology, a kind of split mythology around American Indian people that either, sort of the noble savage idea, the idea that Native people were, perfectly in tune with our environment and the world around us and had a perfect innate understanding of morality, and we spent our days jumping off waterfalls and talking to raccoons. And the other version of that story, the opposite side of that coin, is exactly the opposite. The Native people had little to no understanding of the world around them and were only concerned with who they could fight and what they could eat. We're closer to animals than to people. So those are the extremes of those two ideas. But the one that's interesting and the one that comes up the most often when we're talking about the environment is the more romanticized, the more idealistic version of that. Now, I will tell you from the perspective of someone who grew up in our oral traditions, who has learned our history from being a part of it, that's not the way that we see the world around us or our place in it. So I will tell you a little bit about how we as Shawnee people understand the world, just as a base level, and then we'll kind of highlight some stories on how we interact with the world around us. So in the beginning, we believe that our creator, our deity, is called Kukomthina Metelataka Kiana, the grandmother of all living things. And in the very beginning, the world existed in three sort of pieces. There is the mind, her mind, and then her hands. So the left and the right hands. And in the palms of these two hands sat two distinct worlds, polar opposites of each other, that kept balance, essentially. Over time, the mixing of these two worlds created the world that we know today. And there is no inherent good or bad. Or any pure concepts in the world because of that, right? So night and day are completely equal, but they are completely opposite. Hot and cold are equal but opposite. Life and death are equal but opposite, et cetera and et cetera. And so we see the world not in the concepts of good and evil, but in the terms of balance. And so even in some translations of different Western ideas, like Amazing Grace, for example, the Cherokee translation of that song, and I think even the Shawnee translation of that song, don't say, I was lost, but now I'm found. It says, I was out of balance, and now I'm in balance. And so living a life by this sort of principle, understanding that there's a less optimal way to do things and a more optimal way to do things, but not necessarily a defined right way to do things, leads to some interesting experimentation in the world around you. When the first people came to the world, the first person in the world was a woman. She also goes by that name, Kukomthina Metelataka Kiana, the grandmother of all of us. Kukuchikiana, all of our grandmother, she fell from the sky and made Earth her home. And there were some animals that helped her create this place to be what it is today. One of the most important to us is a toad. So the grandmother toad in our story takes the form of the one who dives down to the bottom of the water, scoops up soil from the bottom, and brings it back to the woman. Grandmother toad drowns on the way up and floats up to the surface with this mouthful of soil that the first woman takes and then multiplies to spread across the world and create dry land. In honor of Grandmother Toad, the first woman buried her in the very first garden that she planted. And so from that time forward, we have this veneration of specifically toads when it comes to agriculture. Now, I don't have a slide for it, but there are some very interesting archaeological evidence that links toads and other amphibians to Hopewell agriculture. The remains of toads, in particular American toads, and some other varieties in Hopewell agricultural sites does show that there is a link. So it's interesting to think that that story might go very, very far back. And so these understandings of the world around us have been carried down through several generations. This is some Fort Ancient stuff. So talking about Adena, Hopewell, Fort Ancient, not necessarily a linear path, but it is sort of a cultural dispersion from more than likely a common origin. And so Fort Ancient, Mississippian, Monongahela, Susquehanna, sort of these parallel sister cultures, these sibling cultures that disperse across the eastern woodlands, right around the turn of the Common Era. This is a Fort Ancient style pot, shell-tempered clay pottery, and this is some of the things that they were very likely cooking, because now, around 1400, 1100 CE, we start to see the introduction of corn, maize-based agriculture. And this corn is sort of the civilization engine when it comes to North America. Anywhere that corn is introduced, you see populations explode, you see industries develop, you see things sort of change. And Fort Ancient is no exception, because what we look at previous to Fort Ancient are people living in very dispersed, very small and localized communities, not having any strong base of agriculture, simply growing what they can, living in the valleys along smaller waterways, and then building these enormous earthworks to sort of unify their communities at distinct points in time. Well, now, Fort Ancient people are changing the lifestyle. They are doing something different in that they are sort of nucleating their communities. They are making their homes, their farms, and ceremonial centers all one place. And that changes the way the world works, because not only now are you bringing more people together and inviting and growing communities, you're also increasing something that is extremely important when we talk about geopolitics, which is competition. Because now you have a higher population and you need land to be able to grow more food and hunt more and cut more timber and et cetera, to feed that growing population. And so we, at the end of the mound building period, at the beginning of sort of Fort Ancient onward, we see the development of a very well-established warfare system, which is directly tied, in my opinion, to the introduction of large-scale agriculture and the need for more land and resources. These are, I'm missing a picture. Oh, there it is. So these two are artistic renderings of two different sites. One is the Sunwatch site near Dayton, which is down there on the bottom. And then the other one is a site in Alabama. I do believe that is part of the Moundville complex there in Alabama. And so, but these are two sites that existed at relatively the same time. One is clearly a Fort Ancient site, one is a Mississippian site. You can see the parallels, you can see some of the things that are key about these. What's one thing that you notice right off the bat about both of these towns? So they are circular. What defines them as a circle? Yeah, there's a wall around there. That's something that their ancestors weren't doing. Their grandparents were not building walls around their towns because they weren't worried about being attacked at home and having resources that were definable to their community that they needed to protect. One of the other things is you'll notice that there are standing poles in the center of these communities. At Sunwatch, there are plethora of post holes that are preserved and other things in the center of their communities, like stone-cased burials and those types of things. But that center pole is very, very important because one of the ways that we track time that has really never changed is with astrological movements. And so their Hopewell ancestors were tracking those things based off of not only the sun, actually primarily not the sun, primarily the moon, but the change now is that this cycle is primarily focused on the movements of the sun. And so some of the conjectural alignments, one of the most predominant conjectural alignments for these types of sites, especially like Sunwatch near Dayton, is the winter solstice. Now this pole is most commonly made of red cedar, eastern red cedar. And I know that's not a true cedar, but we always call it cedar. So that central cedar pole is important to us even today, and that time, that winter solstice, is important even today because our story about that is there is a constellation called the Pleiades, and when our midwinter hits, though the Pleiades constellation is 12 o'clock in the sky and it simply rotates on itself. Now the story that goes with that is that there were 8 boys who tried to devise their own ceremony to get to the sky world while they were still alive. It went well for 7 of them. And so the rule was that you could not look down or think about the home that you were leaving as you were ascending. And so 7 of those boys made it. The 8th did not. He fell to the ground, he fell to the earth, and when his body planted in the ground, it grew like a seed and grew the very first of those cedar trees. And so that, marking the midwinter, having a red cedar post marking the midwinter, directly under that constellation as it rotates, is a very strong connection to the link between how we view the world and the resources that are around us and the spiritual responsibility that we have in maintaining those things and the cyclical nature of how we use them. Because that's one of the more important things about how we view the world is that it moves in cyclical motions. There's no linear, things get left behind. Things move in a very cyclical way, which is based off of the environment that we live in. When it comes to environmental change and when it comes to the bad example, there's very few better bad examples than Cahokia. How many people are familiar with Cahokia? Okay, how many have been to Cahokia? So Cahokia is a site in southern Illinois, and this site, when it existed, was massive. There were probably, the footprint of Cahokia is still larger than the contemporary city of St. Louis, which is just across the river from it. The resources that they were consuming were just insane on a scale that was never before seen really in North America. This was something that really had some high points, but ultimately wasn't meant to last. And the reason why is because they created this enormous metropolis. We know that there are distinct cultural areas within Cahokia where people are living with culturally similar people in what we might define as ghettos. We know that there is wealth inequity in this city. The people who are living on these tiered platforms up to the central structure here are doing far, far better than the people who are living in the plains. We know that they are changing the world around them in the sense that not only are they growing massive amounts of crops and introducing new crops, we know that they are creating artificial ponds, redirecting the migratory patterns of some birds. We know that they are creating habitats and stocking fish. They are really doing a lot of things that we would recognize in the world today. However, we might not like some of those things today because we know that over time those things will lead to the inevitable overconsumption of those resources, which is what we see at Cahokia. Not only do we see a population that has social inequity, we see a population that is largely malnourished because they are not eating enough of the right foods. We see a population that is very dependent on certain types of animals and hunting, meaning that they are extirpating them from their areas for some time. And we see a population that has altered the water around them to the point that they have altered the floodplain, which is ultimately what led to the destruction of Cahokia or the abandonment of Cahokia eventually. So several floods, droughts, and also food and resource shortages, along with probably the social problems on top of that, led to a system that was just not sustainable. This is not uncommon. This is something that tribal people in North America are dealing with case after case after case after case. So the idea that Native people never developed to a point of large-scale civilization is not true. We developed to that point and then thought, this is not a great idea, and then took maybe 2 or 3 steps backwards and went back into, or not backwards, to the left or to the right, to say small-scale rural populations living with resource-focused lifestyles is the much more sustainable way to go. The people at Cahokia had to sort of lick their wounds and go back home to wherever it is that they came from and restart living the way that their grandparents and great-grandparents probably did. I hope that this is not the end, I promise. So when we're talking about the specific uses of these plants and how Native people are using them, I wanted to give maybe just a couple of examples of things beyond just the pure classification of different plants. I am not great at, if you were to ask me a question of what would you use for this thing, I'm not great at recalling for a certain problem or a certain need what I would choose unless I'm really familiar with it. But if we were to go on a walk, I very visually could say, I know what that is, I know what it's used for, which can be helpful, but also, of course, when there's no plants in a space, it's very difficult to talk about their practical uses. Does anybody know what's in that basket there? Bloodroot. That's blood, wow. That is blood, hey, you're botanists. So that is bloodroot. So that is some bloodroot that I dug last year, and these are the quills, the porcupine quills that I dyed with that bloodroot. Does anybody know what that plant is? That is dogbane, right? That's common dogbane. That's the fiber that's produced from it, and then this is a cloak or mantle that I began weaving from that dogbane. That is broadleaf cattail, and then those are some shoes based off of some archaeological examples from Kentucky, and a mix of some of the shoe styles from Siberia and the Russia area, sort of figuring out, textile shoes are extremely common. Ancient textiles and perishable items are kind of a fascination of mine. And so when we're looking at, there's not a single well-documented mound site here in Ohio that does not have textile evidence. Some of the textile productions of Hopewell and Adena were as fine as some bed linens today. They were extremely good at producing textiles. The only problem is that our environment is not really well suited to preserving those things. And early archaeology, when you read through reports of people digging through mound sites, is, oh, the soil's just full of plant matter. It's like, oh gosh, I can't even imagine what's being destroyed in that moment. But now we have the ability to look at those things and preserve them a little bit better. But those are some shoes that I wove out of broadleaf cattail stalks, and they're not that bad. They're not that uncomfortable. Of course, a very famous plant use is smoking. This is tobacco, Nicotiana rustica. That's one I do know the scientific name for. There are several varieties of tobacco. That's one that is very humanly altered from the beginning of colonization forward. Those are some historic pipes that are used to smoke tobacco. Now, it's interesting that primarily, tobacco is the primary smoking plant for most of our time. However, previously to tobacco, sumac and some other plants seem to be king, depending on what time period and region you're talking about. But there doesn't seem to be any chemical reasons why that is. And we don't have a whole lot of information culturally on why that is, because the practice died and changed to tobacco. These are some of my arrows. Of course, if you're thinking about hunting, you can use animal byproducts for a lot of this, but you're still going to need things like arrow shafts, spear shafts, foreshafts. You're going to need certain types of fibers. So things like river cane or viburnum or western larch. Those are things that we might use for arrow shafts and things that hold up fairly well, that have certain characteristics that we want. I made a last-minute addition this morning looking at how else we have a relationship with plants. These are some pictures. The next couple slides are some pictures of myself and my partner at Hale Farm and Village a couple weekends ago, boiling maple sugar, producing maple sugar, which we know archaeologically has been done for some time. There's a couple of papers that talk about the production of sugar and the origins of sugar and chemical analysis that date back probably close to about 600 or 700 years. And again, another story of, how we abuse the environment and how we sort of take things for granted is the production of maple syrup and maple sugar. Because they say that the trees used to produce pure syrup right off.
And so we're going to be taking a trip in time for this last talk, or this next talk. It's going to be presented by Mark Peter. Mark works for the Ohio Geological Survey and is also at the same time a doctoral student at The Ohio State University working on echinoderms, which are the group that include fossil echinoderms, which are the group that includes starfish. And so today he's going to be talking to us about fossil plants in the state of Ohio. So, Mark Peter.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk about some plants, but my caveat is that I am not a botanist. So I am an invertebrate paleontologist who works with animals and specifically crinoids, these echinoderms. My talk, Daisy Cladalis to Calamitalis, a whirlwind deep time tour of Ohio paleobotany. Little play on words, but it will be whirlwind because I have about 160 million years to cover pretty quickly. So let's get started. Yeah, I'm actually going to skip over some of this as we're supposed to be hidden. So let's talk about deep time. The period that is represented in Ohio's rocks is primarily from the Paleozoic. Thank you. Is primarily from the Paleozoic era. And we don't have quite all of it. We don't have all of it in the surface, exposed at the surface. We do have most of it. We have the top of the Ordovician exposed at the surface up to the early part of the Permian period. And it's not a continuous record by any means. And then we have some missing time that we'll talk about, and then a lot of missing time. And then we have the Pleistocene. So we're going to focus on the Paleozoic era, where this is the age where our bedrock is from. And we have a slightly different color scheme on the left. I apologize. But on the right is the geologic map of Ohio. And that's a large part of what the Ohio Geological Survey does, is to create maps like this. And we have mapped this to pretty high resolution. But in general, you've got the oldest rocks down near Cincinnati in the southwestern part of the state. And as you work your way eastward, the rocks become progressively younger. You'll notice that there's kind of a mirrored color pattern in the northwestern part of the state. And that's because there's a structural arch that extends from down, near Cincinnati up towards the Lake Erie Islands. And so you can kind of see that in the cross-section, which is below the map there. That cross-section follows the black line that goes through Bell Fountain and down near Marietta. And that captures a lot of the bedrock in the state. You can see how it dips into the subsurface as you go to the east from Bell Fountain. And so just the main thing to remember, oldest rocks near Cincinnati, youngest rocks near Marietta. So we're going to start in the Ordovician. These are the oldest rocks exposed to the surface. And you see that the world in the Ordovician looked, very different than it does today. One thing that was happening, there's a lot of seafloor spreading in the Ordovician. It was pushing the water up onto the continents. And so the interiors of the continents were flooded. The red star marks the location of Ohio. And we were in a shallow inland sea, and we were several hundred kilometers from the nearest land. There were some highlands, and you see the map on the right is actually rotated a little bit, so the equator actually runs like this. So Ohio was in the subtropics, and we were south of the Earth's equator. But it was in the nearest land, was here, the Taconic Highlands. And these were really high mountains, kind of like the Rockies today, and they were shedding sediment by the late Ordovician. So let's look at some Ordovician rocks. So these are from Houston Woods State Park. And these are from Cedar Creek State Park. So Houston Woods is over here, and Cedar Creek is up here. And these are some of the best places in the world to find Ordovician fossils. You've got alternating limestones and shales, which are clay-like sediments. And in both, you're going to find fossils. So this is my niece when she was 6 years old. She found her first trilobite, which is in the black film container here. So she's very happy. But this is a great place. Even kids can go and collect some great fossils. So we've got, this is actually in the Visitor Center, the Army Corps of Engineers Visitor Center at Cedar Creek. This was actually an isotylus trilobite. It's about 12 inches long. So this is a large extinct arthropod. And it was actually found on the emergency spillway at Cedar Creek. So this is a recreation of life in the Ordovician. And, here's the isotylus trilobite along with some squid-like nautiloids, a giant sea scorpion, crinoids, of course, and corals and actual sea stars. This is actually a poster that I worked with Kyle Hartshorn of the Cincinnati area, and he is an artist who helped, we recreated this together, although, Kyle is very, very good with the paleontology, so he didn't need a lot of help. So let's get to some plants. So we don't have a lot of fossil plants in the Ordovician of Ohio. So, but we do have some calcareous, these unicellular algae that could get really big. Some of these could get up to like 20 centimeters across. But this one, the one that looks like a golf ball, it's a cyclocrinitid, and it actually is about the size of a golf ball. These are fairly rare in the Ordovician rocks. I have a few scraps of this that I found in Preble County. And some of these you can find down near the Ohio River, the Lepidolites. But we don't have a big fossil record of Ordovician plants. Now, I'm sure we're there. We probably had more, types of, and I'm including these as plants because they're green algae. So I'm talking about the green plants here. Now, there was, at the end of the Ordovician, there was a huge drop in sea level because there was glaciation on the continents around the South Pole. And we had about 100 meters of sea level drop. So as you can imagine, a lot of habitat went away. We also had some bad chemistry in the early part of the Silurian. So it took a while for faunas to recover. And what we've got a lot more land here on what would eventually become North America. And we have restricted basins, so sometimes they would dry up. So the Ordovician rocks are exposed here in the colored part, so in the western part of the state. It's mostly going to be limestones and dollostones, so carbonate rocks that were more or less formed in place. So here's an example. This is Oaks Quarry Park. Some of you may know in Fairborn, Ohio, you can actually go there and, subject to some limitations, you can actually collect fossils from the Brassfield limestones. The limestones are made up of crinoids to a large extent. As you know, a lot of our limestones are made up of living organisms. This is some salt. Some of you may be aware of the salt mines that we have under Lake Erie. It's a source of a lot of our road salt. So that was from the Silurian when those basins would be cut off and they'd dry up and you'd have evaporite minerals like halite, gypsum and anhydrite or others. Some Silurian life. So this poster was actually created based on the Brassfield Formation, so the animals that you find at Oaks Quarry Park. My advisor, Professor Bill Alsich, actually described a lot of these crinoids. And he might not agree with the interpretation of that one. But we had you know, these were all marine invertebrates. We did put some macroalgae in there, but we don't have a lot of evidence of it. We know it must have been there. We had Eurypterids, and I show Cooksonia here. We don't have that from Ohio, but Cooksonia was, you know, one of the first, you know, tracheophytes, so the sort of the true land plants to colonize the land. You know, prior to this, we have, you know, a bunch of bryophytes and algae. So similar to the Ordovician, we've got these daisy-clad, you know, algae. These are super large, you know, single-celled things. They had little stalks, but the stalks generally aren't preserved, and they had these rods that connected to the outside. And generally, the outside was the part that was calcareous, so that preserves really well in limestone. So in the Devonian period, we're going to have kind of a mixed story between sort of the early and middle Devonian and the later Devonian. So we are still covered by water. And, you know, we're still sort of in the subtropics, you know, south of the equator. During the Devonian, we have another kind of mountain building event, the Acadian orogeny, which is, you know, occurring over here. So it would have been sort of to the east and, well, present day east. So you can see the Devonian rocks. They're exposed in the middle of the state and up along Lake Erie and some in the northwest. The orange, the dark orange, is mainly where you have carbonate rocks like limestone, the Columbus limestone. And then the Ohio shale is the sort of lighter colored orange. You can see it extends all the way down to the Ohio River. There's also this little outlier in Bell Fountain where there's a complicated history there, but that's kind of a Devonian island in the middle of the Silurian. So I mentioned early Devonian, we've got these marine environments, limestones. This is from Kelly's Island. So this looked, a lot like the Silurian or the Ordovician, sort of, with corals and trilobites and things. But by the late Devonian, we had a deepening of the basin. There was a foreland basin that was migrating westward, and it was deepening. And there was also now a lot of sediments coming off of those high Acadian mountains, fine sediments, like clay-sized particles, that were making for kind of a muddy bottom. So between the deepening of the seas and sort of the muddying of the waters, it's not good environment for limestones to form. So you find these black shales, like the Ohio Shale. This is Delaware, Ohio. It's a Shale Hollow Park. And you can see a little bit of the Ohio Shale back here and exposed in the creek. And then these concretions, which are depicted over here as well. And a lot of those concretions contain, at their centers, some of them contain bony plates from these large placoderm fish. So the Devonian is the age of fishes. And so we really see there was a productive, upper water column. It's just that the bottom was pretty devoid of life. But I should say that the bottom, being sort of an anoxic bottom, it was actually good for preserving plant material. And so we'll talk about that in a second. This is at the Ohio State Fairgrounds. This is Daphne, the Dunkleosteus. Daphne, not Daphne, but Dunkleosteus became our state fossil fish in 2021. It's actually the species Dunkleosteus terrelli. And this is life size. So in the carbonate rocks in the early to middle Devonian, we do get a few plants here and there. So we get this kind of, this vascular form genus of kind of a plant that we can't identify, the Psilophytides. And then we have, spores and things from various land plants, some of which, we don't really know what they go to. But when I was working on a book, on a guide to the fossils of the Ohio State House, and I should have put a slide up for this. This is called State House Fossils, and it has a self-guided tour you can take at the State House. The Columbus limestone is incredibly fossiliferous. It's mostly shelly animals, but we also have some shelly charophyte green algae. And these are they're oogonia, they're reproductive structures. And they kind of have spiral shape on the outside, and they look like little cogwheels in cross section. So, these are a little less than a millimeter, but in some parts, this was on a windowsill, and I felt very self-conscious about taking the picture because, there were people working just inside the window, and I'm sure they were wondering, what is he doing photographing our windowsill? But, so in the Devonian, we've got in those black shales, we have some plant material preserved. Now, it wasn't living here in Ohio. It was actually living probably over east of New York somewhere. But it would come in as driftwood. And you find at High Banks Metro Park, for example, here in town, or at the Delaware Park, like you will see in the black shales, some driftwood. And a lot of it has sort of shrinkage cracks in it, desiccation cracks. This one at Ohio State University actually had crinoids attached. And the bottom was not a good environment for these crinoids, so we think they were living on it while the log was still floating. Last year, I got to one of our geologists who was making a guide to the Shale Hollow Park, found this log. This is about 1.5 meters long and about 20 centimeters or so wide. And this is one of those pieces of driftwood. So it was an ordeal to rescue this thing. The bank was about to collapse. They used a radial cutoff saw, and then we got it down to about 400 pounds, floated it up the stream in this makeshift sled to where we could get a 4x4 in there and actually drive it out. But this was a team effort. So Rich Nickham, who manages the park, gave us permission to save this fossil, and the park has custody of it now. So the Mississippian, you notice this is, we call it the Mississippian subperiod. The rest of the world calls it the Carboniferous. And this would be the early part of the Carboniferous. We'll talk about why they call it the Carboniferous soon. But Ohio was approaching the equator now. So we're getting close to the tropics. So here's our Mississippian age rocks, and you'll probably recognize this is Hocking Hills State Park. The Blackhand Sandstone is of Mississippian age. And sandstones are not great for preserving fossils. You can get a lot of molds and casts and things, but sandstones usually are porous and water can go through them, and a lot of times it'll dissolve the fossils. But we have in other places in the Mississippian of Ohio, we have some shales in the Meadville Shale and the Cuyahoga Formation particularly. It's just, it was the age of crinoids. So they were at their most diverse, and they are well represented in some of our Mississippian rocks. So there's another crinoid. So this is a flexible crinoid, the group that I actually worked on. But we have brachiopods. We have these things called conularids, which were weird. Some people think they were related to jellyfish. Some people would put them in their own phylum. If I had to have a tombstone, this would be it, maybe. So this is a lepidodendron. It's one of those, giant club moss, scale trees. And this thing may be Mississippian sandstone, but it might be Pennsylvanian sandstone. This is at the College of Marietta. But that's the kind of preservation we have. So by the late Carboniferous, or Pennsylvanian subperiod, we're actually at the equator. And there's a huge mountain range that divides, which is the landmass that is forming Pangaea here, when all the land was kind of concentrated. But this is significant because we were in the equatorial rain belt. And our Pennsylvanian rocks cover this part of the state. And this is what it might have looked like in the Pennsylvanian. And lots of plants, good-sized trees, lots of ferns. These plants are what produced our coal. And this is a strip mine in eastern Ohio. In the Pennsylvanian, we had alternating between land environments, lowland environments, and normal marine conditions. So you do find marine fossils, and actually these incursions of the sea sometimes actually help preserve some of the plants. So you have things like gymnosperms, you have these lycophytes, these really tall lycophytes, you have tree ferns, you have relatives of horsetails, calamidids, and interestingly, some interpretations have these, the upper story is kind of sparse, So there's lots of light getting to the lower stories. Some of the common fossils that we see from the Lycophytes, we see Sigillaria, Lepidodendron, and these have this kind of reticulate a rhomboidal pattern with leaf scars in them. So they were kind of like big sprouts until they, achieved their maximum height, and they actually sprouted out a little bit. And then the stigmaria is a root. And these are form genera, so they don't necessarily go with certain species. They're kind of a generic genus. And sometimes you find the fossils and you don't know what species it actually belongs with. Here's some more of those stigmaria roots. This is at the Ohio History Connection, and they have a wonderful display. The giant horsetails, the calamitids, what you find typically is a cast of the inside, so you don't find the outer layer typically. So these things were actually much bigger than what you see. This one is probably about 10 to 12 inches, but some of them got much larger. Annularia is the name given to the leaf whorls of these. So that's Annularia was actually part of the Calamitis plant. And here's some modern equisetum for comparison. We get some actual ferns, and we have seed ferns. This is from the Orton Museum collection. There's some amazing fossils from the Pennsylvanian. In the Permian, we only have the earliest part of it. We're still kind of in that equatorial zone, but we're getting seasonal drying now, so there's been some climate change. The rocks are down here in the far southeastern part of the state, and they look kind of like this. You'll see sandstones, clay stones, red clays. That's where a lot of our ceramics come from. And the sandstone, and they actually used to make grindstones out of it down near Marietta. But these are our Permian rocks. This is a Permian landscape. These are not dinosaurs. So these are actually synapsids. They're like mammal-like reptiles. Some of these things were like 10 feet long. This is Dimetrodon. This is Dale Nedovic from the Orton Geological Museum at Ohio State, and he's got a neural spine, which is one of the bones in the sail of an Edaphosaurus, which was another synapsid, but a plant eater. So one of the interesting things about the Permian is that we didn't always call it the Permian. We thought it was Pennsylvanian. We thought it was, for a while. Edward Orton Sr. of Ohio State was actually one of the early adopters. He thought it was Permian. So this plant, Altunia, used to be called Calypteris conferta, was considered a great index fossil for Permian age rocks. It's now been demonstrated that this thing also occurs in the late Carboniferous, so it's not as good as we thought. However, we still think that most of the rocks in what we call the Dunkard Basin down here are early Permian in age. And we use some things like those mammal-like reptiles to tell. We can't date the rocks precisely because the Permian is defined by microfossils called conodonts. And those occur in marine rocks, and we don't have those in our Permian. So we have to kind of indirectly infer the age of it. Well, after the early Permian, we have some missing time. And that's because Ohio was above sea level. And when you're above sea level, you tend to get net erosion rather than net deposition. So we were no longer a basin. So no dinosaurs, I'm sorry. We don't see any rock record, and it's not even hard rock, it's more like loose sediments until the Pleistocene, which is the recent ice ages. And this is what it would have, Ohio was sort of on the edge of this, this great ice sheet. And this was during the most recent, the Wisconsin glaciation. So this was 21,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago. We have glacial maps. I think I'm probably out of time, so I'm not going to explain, the glacial maps. But we have some over at our table, and Chuck Salmons is my supervisor, and he's over there with maps and things, and copies of the State House Fossils booklet. So the Pleistocene, it's your ice age. There was a lot of different faunal and floral successions. You all probably know a lot more about it than I do. You do find some big trees like this one from down near Cincinnati. It was buried in Pleistocene. And then you get some relic species from that you kind of came up during the Pleistocene and just stayed here. And you see like some, hemlocks and things that, like the cooler environment, and they do just fine at Hocking Hills State Park. This is Cedar Falls. Someone misidentified the hemlocks as cedars, so that's. So these are some references. We've got examples again at our table, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. We probably should move on just so we can keep on schedule. Our next presentation will be by Shana Byrd. To try to cue Shana, sorry. Excuse me. Rick wants to say something.
Yeah, sorry.
Rick always wants to say something.
Appalachia Ohio Alliance had that wildflower raffle, and folks who participated in the raffle, there's a list of people who got the plants, and you're welcome to go back there and pick them up. So that is it.
Thank you, Rick. Shana Byrd will now speak to us. Shana received her bachelor's degree at Ohio University and master's at Miami University and worked for a while at the Wilds as a restoration ecologist. She now serves as the Director of Science and Conservation at the Dawes Arboretum, and today she's going to talk to us about how to create a native wildscape. Not only that, but to make it look wonderful. So, please welcome Shana.
All right, well, hello, friends. I am happy to be here. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Well, I'm really excited today to be sharing with you exactly how we can all play a role in creating healthier landscapes. And as John mentioned, it's one thing to create a native landscape, but it has to look good, right? So I want to start off by just saying I'm going to share with you some ideas today, some of which may be familiar, some of which may be new, but I think there's one thing we all have in common. So if you love native plants, let's hear it for a round of applause if you love native plants. Okay, now by a show of hands, just kind of curious, so do some participation here. Is native plant conservation important in our home landscapes? Anybody think that might be? Okay, all right. I like the second round of applause for that too. Well, if we think about the fact that 1/3 of all known plants are facing extinction on a global scale, obviously beyond Ohio, and then we're also going to be hearing soon about how we've seen vast ecosystems disappear within a matter of decades in recent history. I think that we can all agree that we need to do our part to conserve and preserve diversity of native plants, and that's what we need for healthier habitats. We all have a very important role to play in the plants that we choose, and again, many of us want this, right? But we also, we want it to look nice, right? So the question is, can we have both? Well, I'm also going to be sharing with you a bit about how the Dawes Arboretum is growing healthier landscapes, and especially in light of climate change. We're committed to enriching lives through the preservation of native plants, and it's really about benefiting future generations. Anybody been to the Dawes Arboretum or familiar? All right, great. For anyone who is not familiar, the Dawes Arboretum is a very impressive, nearly 2,000-acre conservation center. And the landscape is a matrix of many different types of habitats. So you have woodlands, wetlands, prairies, and that's in addition to hundreds of acres of plant collections from around the world. And so back in 1929, now almost 100 years ago, when the Arboretum was established, the founders were really interested in planting trees for the scientific purpose, and in particular for trees that would be capable of supporting the climate in the state of Ohio. All right, well, little could they have known the extreme weather conditions that we're facing today. So if we think about this, many of these conditions are now causing stress on our plants in the landscape. And as you can see here, I'm not going to read these off, but these are conditions that we don't necessarily need to only worry about in the future. These are our present day challenges as a result of the extremes we're seeing in climate. And so we got to think about the fact that obviously we're all collectively experiencing this and we're going to live through it. So the question is, what will that look like? This is an article from the Washington Post just from this past fall. This past summer, we saw a whopping 7,000 extreme heat records broken nationwide. Not 700, but 7,000. That's represented by each of the dots you see here. Now, I don't know about you, but that stresses me out, and I don't spend all of my time living outside. Does anybody think that might stress a plant out? Yeah, and then you think about the end of the year in December where we saw a 40-degree drop in temperature in over a 6-hour period. So when we hear this information, it's really easy to sort of become overwhelmed, right? What can we do about it? And it's also easy to sort of say, do we just give up? What do we do? Well, of course we don't give up. We take action. And what does that look like? It's very achievable, and it's something we can do as we evolve, we can adapt, we can become more informed, and then we can feel really good about the small steps that we can take. I think one thing that's really important is knowing that we're not alone. I mean, look around this room. Everyone here is interested in doing their part to make that change happen. A big part of the way that we can do this is by choosing a diversity of species. We can create smart designs so that these plants can thrive, and we can share what this looks like with others by designing smart landscapes that actually look beautiful as a way to inspire others to consider adding native plants to their home landscape. So what are we doing at the Arboretum? Well, similarly, our goal is to focus on sharing what we're learning through experimentation and showcasing what native plants look like, again, to inspire others to consider adding these to their home. And we're doing that by experimenting, again, by adding diversity and making these plant material available to the public, so connecting them through our seasonal plant sales and through our garden shop. We're also interested in conservation, directly collecting seed, growing it within our living collections. We are also experimenting with a technique that's referred to as climate matching, where we're actually collecting seed from the southern native ranges of these plants and growing them on as a genetic preserve for future preservation of that genetic material. I won't have time to go into all of the research that we're doing today, but as just one example, we're researching the use of native seed mixes in the restoration of rights-of-ways. And traditionally, and what's done today is non-native, potentially invasive seed mixes are what are traditionally used. So we're interested in exploring how native species can instead be utilized in working landscapes. So what does that look like at home? Well, it looks like prairie gardens that are providing healthy, resilient landscapes. And the good news is we can easily incorporate them into our existing landscapes through complementary practices. So the Dawes Arboretum began showcasing native plant landscaping about 10 years ago. And the goal was, again, to showcase how native plants could again, be incorporated with ornamental plantings. And in 2020, we established a new native plant demonstration garden. It was part of our designation as the Central Ohio Native Plant Learning Center. And again, to showcase what they might look like at home. This is actually just in its second growing season. Many of these plants were started from seed. You can see here in the foreground, one of my personal favorites, cardinal flower. We'll be talking a little bit more about that later. But it didn't start off that way. It started off the same as most likely mine and yours have, a traditional non-native turf grass that was begging to be converted to something better. Here you can see it doesn't happen right away. It takes time to see the fruits of our labor. This is just after planting, and arguably not yet that impressive, right? But again, this is another portion of that garden starting to mature, starting to offer a canvas of color and texture and habitat for wildlife. And you'll also notice there are some familiar flowers in there. And again, to demonstrate that oftentimes people want to do good and to add natives, but a pure native plant landscape, while it would be ideal, it's not always realistic. And in fact, it can be very intimidating for someone who wants to make a real difference. And they think, you know, well, what can I do? Will it really matter? But of course, we know that just getting started is what counts. And every effort we make can be a step in the right direction and really make a true difference. Here you can see some of the creatures and the species that we capture through monitoring within the native plant demonstration garden. And I know for me personally, one of the many joys of creating a native landscape is, you know, the discovery of the pollinators and the other wildlife that that provides a home. So the question is, how do we get there practically? I don't know about you, but has anybody felt like this poor guy? I know that I have. And so the question is, could there be a better alternative, something more resilient than the traditional high-maintenance, low-reward lawn? Well, if we consider that creating a prairie garden might be the answer that we're all looking for, we'll talk a little bit about why. So why consider prairie creation? There are many reasons, but if we first think about the fact that prairie as an ecosystem is the most endangered large ecosystem in North America. Used to really cover the full central portion of our country, millions of hectares. And we did see this ecosystem destroyed again in a matter of decades. And so it really highlights for us how we really can't take the common and abundant for granted. And it can truly disappear over a short period of time. We spend a lot of time focusing on unique and rare species, but this just goes to show us that even something that we think of as large can become quite rare in a short period of time. Most of that is now gone today, unfortunately. And so it gives us an opportunity to restore some of that diversity to the landscape. Prairie species have so many virtues to offer, including the fact that they are drought tolerant, they are resilient, they provide soil stability, they thrive in poor soils, difficult growing conditions, again, thinking about landscapes of the future. And then once they're established, they're really relatively low maintenance. I won't have time to go into the history of prairie ecosystems, but I highly encourage you to seek out this book and its author, Guy Denny. Where are you, Guy? Over here, raise your hand. I told you I was going to embarrass you. And I know he did have some for sale. Julia's promised maybe. No. They're sold out, but I'm sure you can still find them available. Great resource. I really encourage you to get the book. I think once you do, you'll be even more motivated to conserve the remnants of prairie that we have that exist today. And you'll be even more inspired to create a prairie garden in your own home landscape. Prairie is providing us with deeply rooted solutions, and I mean that both literally and figuratively. And of course, we've all seen maybe a version of this slide. What's important to note is that these extensive root systems are what are responsible for making prairie such a resilient landscape option. We have some of these plants that their roots reach a depth of 12 feet. And that's in comparison to the itty-bitty, non-native, shallow lawn rooted only about 6 inches. So if you think about that, it's pretty clear which of these options is going to be a more resilient cover through time. So what else makes prairie a resilient landscaping choice? These plants are much more adaptable to changing weather. Those roots actually serve to rebuild the soil. They're able to withstand flooding and reduce stormwater runoff. They're adapted to a variety of different soil conditions. They need no fertilizer. They're co-evolved with the wildlife that depend on them. And they're beautiful, especially in a large landscape, as you can see here, but of course in a smaller prairie garden as well. So how do we do it? And that's really kind of the key step, right? We might want to do this, but what's that look like? So we're going to walk through some of these steps, and these are going to help you figure out what the right prairie landscape is for you. So first things first, you have to know what your site conditions are. And you may already have an idea in mind, and it might just be perfect, or you might have several that have different site requirements. And so you may have different sunlight, soil type, moisture, texture, but whatever the case may be, the good news is that there's going to be a native plant community that will thrive there. It will also be easier to maintain. But let's say you aren't sure. So the best thing you can do is actually just spend some time in your space. So take a stroll. It's a good idea to measure your area, take a quick sketch, write down some ideas, pay attention to any of the low-lying areas, how much shade you have, and that's going to help guide your plant choices. You can actually create your own site map and then plant your garden from there. Knowing what your soil is going to tell you is key. So one way to do this, if you aren't familiar, is to take a sample, work it in your palm. You may need to add a little bit of water to do that. If you have a sandier soil, of course, it's going to crumble and fall apart easily. Whereas if you have a heavier clay, it will stick together solidly, as you can see here. You're also going to want to see what your drainage looks like. And an easy way to do that is through a percolation test. So that's as simple as digging a hole and filling it with water and seeing how long it takes for that water to dissipate. These are going to give you insights about the plants that are going to do best in your area. So whether you're starting from seed or from a transplant, you're going to require good soil contact in order to limit the competition from weeds that are going to want to steal nutrients from your native landscape. And for most of us, we have lawn, and so the lawn must go. And site preparation is arguably the most important step to having success. And there are a number of ways that you can achieve this, and it really depends on your site and your goals. So a few choices here. Herbicide is an option. It's just typically used for large sites in scale, and if you do choose that option, you should know that you may need to have 2 applications. And that's to ensure that the first spray is to remove most of that vegetation, and the second is to remove any that survived the first spray. It's not the only way, and certainly consistent tilling is another option. So the key word there is consistent. If you just till once, you're going to definitely have a lot of weeds to combat over time. And another method you might want to consider is more passive. It's great if you have time and patience, and that's to use material to smother the existing cover. And typically you leave it in place for actually an entire season. And so that's why I say it takes time and patience. You can use a number of different materials. Who here has tried to use the black plastic? How'd that work out? Really only just a few of you. It's horrible, don't do that. It's gonna tear, you're gonna have holes, and you're gonna have a lot of weeds growing under them. This material, rolled rubber roofing, is really ideal because it is recyclable, it's very durable, you leave it in place, the wind doesn't blow it away, you don't have that issue with getting punctures in it. And then you can essentially move it to your next site when you're ready to plant a new area. So it is laying in place, preparing for your next year's seeding as you're preparing your new site to plant. So then the question becomes whether you want to start from seed or from mature transplants. And of course, there's benefits of both. The benefits of starting with mature transplants are that it's fast and you have instant gratification. It allows you to have a tidy design. And you'll have blooms in the first year. So it is mostly the common choice. The disadvantage is it might just be more expensive to buy mature plants, especially if you're trying to plant on a larger scale. But you also have the option of planting from seed. Either way, if you're going to plant transplants, as I mentioned, you're going to have these options to remove what's existing, right? And most likely that's sod or lawn. So you can do it the first way, the way we all know about, which is what I call the hard way. And that's just digging out the sod and teasing out the roots. Besides the fact that it's difficult and time-consuming, you can also lose a lot of topsoil in that process. So I prefer a method you may be familiar with. It's called the miracle mulching method, or it goes by a lot of different names. But in essence, it's the use of recycling cardboard for the purpose of being able to simultaneously smother and cover that sod so that you can easily transplant into that site at the same time you're achieving both. It's really nice because it is fast, effective, and easy. And I'll just walk you through a few steps of what that looks like. This is Holly demonstrating that. You may have met her in the hallway there. She's showing that we all have these boxes, right? How many people get deliveries at their home? I think every person in this room should have their hand raised. I actually keep mine as opposed to recycling them so that I can use it for this purpose and expand my prairie gardens. The first step is going to be to wet it, and that's actually really key so that it doesn't blow away, and it actually makes it easier to tear the material into the shape that you want for your garden. The next step is really deciding the space and how large you want that garden, so you can actually place your cardboard puzzle, putting it in the shape that works best for you. And then you can plant right into the openings, and you have two choices for what you might cover up that cardboard with. You can either use clean compost that you've created in your own home, or bagged compost, which is easy and you know it's weed-free. So you have the option to put your transplant in, and then you can also seed right next to it, so you have both, instant gratification, but you also have seed that's going to grow over time. Or you can, of course, mulch. And the key there is just putting it quite thick. And so 4 to maybe even 6 inches, but not up against the plant, of course, because you don't want to create stagnation. But really, it is just that easy. And I was skeptical of just how easy this could be until I tried it and had some success. I mentioned the use of using compost, and I talked a little bit about how prairie plants typically don't require a lot of fertilization, and while they don't, it can make planting really easy. Again, you have that loose material to plant into. This is the result of that planting in the following season, so just not even an entire year of growth. So what I like about this, again, I call this the plug-and-play garden, instant gratification. And you can see it's doing quite well there. So the other option is whether you're going to start your native landscape from seed. And again, pros and cons for each, depending on what you wish for and how much time and patience you have. It's really great starting from seed if you're going to plant on a large-scale habitat. You can collect your own seed. It can be more affordable, especially if you're going to plant a large area. Some of the disadvantages are it just takes a longer time to see the fruits of your labor. So 1 to 3 years to see some of those blooms. And it is going to require you to use either a heavy-duty mower or a string trimmer or some other method to clear out the weeds each year in the spring to prevent them from taking over your site. So another question is what to grow. Well, I think we all are pretty familiar with native plants in this room, and I'm not going to tell you a bunch of the rare plants that you've heard about that might be good choices for you. But what I'm going to do is maybe make some suggestions on some of the more common and abundant species, and maybe just tell you a little bit about why I like them. So one of my favorites is Ohio spiderwort, and it's really great because it's blue. It's really one of the few blue plants, so it's really a great complement to the landscape. Foxglove beardtongue or penstemon is one of my favorites because it's one of the earliest resources, floral resources for pollinators. So versatile, it can grow in full sun, dry or wet soils. Blue phlox would be a great choice if you have a shadier site or a woodland edge. And probably my favorite tree for a native plant landscape because it can be grown almost anywhere and is short-statured, so it can fit in many spaces, is the eastern redbud. Of course, you want to make sure there's always something on the menu, so you want to, and also have pops of color. So liatris is one of my favorites because whether your site is dry or moist or wet, you're going to be able to find a liatris that will be happy in your site. Pycnanthemum or mountain mint really isn't a beautiful showstopper of a plant. But if you ask a pollinator, they'll tell you to put that in your buffet because it is one of the most popular pollinator plants you can choose. Everyone should already have this in their landscape. This is the guaranteed plant, right? Echinacea is going to grow, along with Monarda fistulosa. This is a hard-working plant that you know is going to survive regardless of your conditions. Wild senna is one of my favorites because the bumblebees love it, and it's quite robust. I often will cut it back, and it will continue to flower into its second, after cutting the second time. It's not very well behaved, and another example of a plant that may not be as well behaved would be cut plant. This is a plant that will wander. It will own its space. So I wouldn't attempt to put this in a formal garden, but where I would put this is that corner of the landscape that you never want to have to mow again, because that's exactly what it'll do. It'll own that corner. Of course, Rudbeckias are great because they're almost first to arrive on the scene and the last to leave the party. And a rattlesnake master, again, what a really great pollinator plant. I'm a huge fan of Joe Pye because it is a butterfly magnet. Every time I see it, it has an eastern tiger swallowtail on it. You've got New England aster. It's a season extender. I mentioned already how much I love cardinal flower because I love to watch the hummingbirds feast on these plants. I sit out on my front porch, have my tea, and watch them. They don't even notice that I'm there, so that's a wonderful plant. And this might surprise you, but ironweed. Some people think of this as just a weed, right? It might be because it's in the name, right? But it is a common and abundant plant, but sort of thinking about the fact that thank goodness we have these common and abundant plants. These are the very plants that are providing the foundation for many of our ecosystems, and so we need to consider and appreciate them. But if you're looking for more ideas, there are tons of resources online. I won't attempt to read all of these to you, but more and more, there are really great resources. The Native Plant Finder website by the National Wildlife Federation is really quite a wonderful resource. So, how do you maintain your prairie? There's a lot to that. In the first year, really the key is about establishing the deep root systems while the weeds really try to take advantage of that and they'll shoot high above. So it's about cutting that back, usually around Memorial Day. Again, you can, if you have a mower, you can raise the deck up. You want to mow it high. And what's that mean? 6 to 8 inches, 8 to 12. It really depends on what the weeds are doing. So you got to pay attention and know the difference between the seedlings you're trying to promote and the weeds you're trying to prevent. But you don't have to have a mower. You can use it, string trimmer, or any other method. But the key is to keep it mowed at least one time a year. Shouldn't really need much more beyond that. On third year, once it's established, it's really pretty low maintenance. And alternating different sections from year to year allows you to provide a diversity of habitat without removing all of the resources all at one time. Okay, so this question always gets asked. Can I or should I burn the prairie? Well, the little guy here says probably not. I can't tell if he's running from a burning house or the house is falling on him, but either of those things could happen if you tried to burn a prairie and it got away from you. And the thing is, while prairie is a fire-adapted ecosystem, and that is wonderful, it isn't essential, and you can certainly maintain a beautiful prairie without using that management tool. So how do you design it and how do you maintain it? Well, one of the best ways is it's really about the borders, and you're going to hear me say this a lot. What you want to do is define the edges. And you do that to frame it and please the eye. You only need to mulch the outermost section. And this is really key. I'm going to say this a lot. But when you're planning for your plantings, you want them to grow such that they are interlocking layers of green mulch. Really, again, to avoid the use of actual mulch. You'll have a lot less weeds as well. Some ideas on backdrops and design. This, again, it might sound like I'm oversimplifying it, but it really is. Put the tall stuff in the back and the medium stuff in the middle and the short stuff in the front. But you can use tall grasses, you can use trees, and then essentially stair step according to what your design desires are. Another technique you can use is planting like nature, meaning that you don't just put 4 and you put them in a straight row, but you want to use odd numbers in your plantings, and you want to create repeating echoes and drifts of color. It also makes for more efficient foraging for the pollinators that are there. They don't really quite have to go as far to get their snack if you've planted a large drift like this. Another suggestion I have, I know we have some Wild Ones folks here. Anybody heard of Wild Ones or a part of it? Woohoo! What a great resource. And of course, there are many ready available templates. It's sort of like paint by numbers with plants. So you don't have to be a designer, and you really don't even have to be creative. You just have to be able to follow their easy guides. And what I use them for is inspiration. Sometimes I'll use the exact plants, and sometimes I just sort of get an idea and say, well, I don't have this, but I do have that, and that would also look nice. And then you can make it your own. So I find them really fun. They're a great resource. This says Toledo, but of course that's just regionally. But I highly encourage you to check them out. So again, we're going to talk about those tidy frames to beautify. And this is really to show that your design is purposeful and well-maintained. And this is based on a paper entitled Messy Ecosystems and Orderly Frames. And what it says is that according to psychology, that society expects that landscape should be cared for. And one of the best cues that we can give that the landscape is being cared for is to give it a frame. And it gives it, it makes the landscape look tended, and it actually makes it considered acceptable. So if we're being honest with each other, how many of us want a healthy, beautiful, easy to care for landscape that will make our neighbors jealous? I mean, that last part you don't have to admit to, but I mean, let's be real, we all want that. So if the answer is likely yes, you're looking for the secret sauce, the answer isn't really as complicated as we can make it as complicated as we want, but it really is about choosing the right plants, putting them in the right place, keeping the edges tidy, and really after that, it's pretty simple. I'm gonna show you just a few examples of what I mean by that. So this is the Dawes Arboretum Learning Garden. I'll just point out a few of the features. Well, I don't have the pointer, but you can see we have clean lines. That's to draw the eye, train the eye. This is that same garden from a different perspective, and I'm just going to walk you through some of those design features that we talked about. So we have tall tree in the back, medium medium height vegetation in the middle. You even have a ground cover. And then you have a nice hardscape border. It's training the eye. It's saying everything here is good. It can be as wild as you want to be. You can have a party in the back, business in the front, party in the back. But maybe you don't want to invest in hardscaping. The other thing you can do, of course, is take a spade and put a hard edge on it. And if you look at this, you've got a compass plant that is nearly, Silphium's 12 feet tall. That's a garage door, if you can tell how large that, but it can even make a plant that is enormous look sort of cooperative and well-behaved in a landscape by simply putting a hard edge. I talked a little bit about large scale, and some people may feel, well, am I really going to make a difference if I just have a micro garden? Of course. This is the stopover in between those large landscapes that provide habitat for these wildlife that depend on our native landscapes. So every little bit we can do certainly counts. And you might be wondering, well, can I get away with this? I mean, I have an HOA, my neighbors are really picky. Well, this is the Heritage Garden at the Ohio Governor's Residence, and so what more formal landscape could you ask for? And it really is beautiful. And what has been done? A hard formal edge, and maybe as necessary, a little bit of mulch on the front, and after that, you have what people consider a beautiful landscape. Now, some people see this. You could have a let it go meadow. Some people would see this and say, wow, that's beautiful. I might say it's beautiful, but is it missing something? Is it missing maybe that make it look wonderful aspect? It's really about those tight frames to show your purpose and intent. It can really change the view and perspective. Using curvilinear lines as opposed to straight lines, which are boring, is a good way to add interest and appeal. And we're going to borrow from golf. Anybody a golfer in here? All right, well, you might be, I'm not either. It's okay. We don't all have to golf. But they do have, we think of golf courses as highly manicured, right? And people think of them as looking nice. Well, they certainly know how to do this. It's all optics. So you have the tight mow on the green, or what would be the fairway. You have the fringe, the slightly less frequent mow, and then you have the wild on the rough. You can just let it be. All you have to do is put a tidy frame around it. Your habitat can be wild and wonderful at the same time, as you can see here, by simply putting a framed edge. And you might even be able to convince your neighbors that your low mow maintenance looks good. Maybe you could even get some early adopters to join you. And if that doesn't work, and they're still wondering why you haven't mowed, there is always a sign, if you must. But hopefully you can see here it is possible to make wild look wonderful. These prairie gardens that we talked about, they can be a lower maintenance approach. They definitely can provide healthier landscapes than the sterile lawn with limited resources for wildlife. And at the same time, we don't know what the future is going to hold, do we? This is my daughter, Vivia. And while we don't know what the future is going to hold for our landscapes, we do know that we're planting them for the next generation, and they're counting on us. So you can feel really good about doing your part and knowing that even the smallest start can make all the difference. So I wish you all the best, and I encourage you to leave here today ready to go, get your meadow started, and have your native landscape be a part of your future as well. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Shana. We probably should keep moving along here just because we're getting a little bit tight on time. We have just one more presentation, which I'm going to queue up here. And this is going to be by Derrick Cooper. Derrick hails from Northeastern Ohio. He received his degree at Cleveland State University and has worked for many years at the Nature Conservancy. His current role is overseeing the Northeastern Ohio preserves that the Conservancy owns, and today he's going to be talking about one of those for us, the Morgan Swamp Preserve. So please welcome Derrick.
Thank you all. So I work in Northeast Ohio. I'm based out of Ashtabula County, and it's where my office is located. I live in Cleveland, and I am thrilled to be here today talking to you all. It's a great honor. When Rick called me and asked me if I wanted to speak at the symposium, I was over the moon and couldn't even believe it. So today I'm going to talk about Morgan Swamp Preserve. It's the largest land holding that the Nature Conservancy owns in Northeast Ohio. It's 2,000 acres of protected swamp forest located in the Grand River watershed. And this is a glacially influenced ecosystem, and the first parcel we purchased was in 1985. Over time, we've used a lot of funding efforts from donors and grants, and we have added on to this preserve parcel by parcel, increasing its size over time. I want to talk about the Grand River watershed a little bit. It's a pretty unique watershed as it's split into two really unique physiogeographic regions. You have the gorge, which is the lower part of the Grand River, which you can't really tell, but it makes a 90-degree bend and flows out to the lake, and it's encased in a sandstone gorge. But the upstream of that is what's called the Grand River Lowlands, which is a really unique place because it was formed during the glacial period and was essentially a seabed or a lake bed at one point, and it kind of looks similar to some of the other finger lakes you see going up into New York. And it's a very depressed lowland area. All the things I have listed up here are different documents that highlight this area as being very important, being called out for different water quality, habitat, biodiversity, everything. It's really, really unique in this area because it's not going to be found anywhere else in the state. At the heart and soul of our preserve is the Grand River Conservation Campus, which is open to the public. We have hiking trails, boat launch, and we have the Dr. James K. Bissell Nature Center, which, thank you, Jim. Everyone should thank Jim Bissell. Without him, Morgan Swamp would not be protected. It was a lot of his work early on that pushed the Nature Conservancy to purchase and protect Morgan Swamp, following up on some of Lawrence Emerson Hicks' early work in the turn of the century, documenting the flora of Ashtabula County. I had already mentioned that the natural history of this area was an ancient lake bed. Because of that ancient lake bed, it's made a low gradient. The main stem of the Grand River has a very low gradient, and it's very silty. It has created a very beautiful habitat for swamp forest. And with that, we also get lake winds coming off Lake Erie, and it is also some of the coldest and snowiest habitat in the state of Ohio. There are historical averages of 100 inches of snowfall per year in this part of the state. So because of that, we get really, really unique habitat. We get a northern plant community. You could go up to Southeast Canada and you would find a lot of similar plants. I was up in Duluth this past October for the Natural Areas Conference and got to go on a field trip. And it was really unique because I recognized all the plants because they were all growing in the same habitat that I'm managing, except for us, they're state endangered. So it was kind of nice to see them growing on a very large scale. One of the really unique habitats that we find in the preserve, specifically at the Grand River Conservation Campus, is our hemlock yellow birch swamp forest. One of the best examples of this ecosystem in the state of Ohio. It's not common that we find hemlock growing in a flatwood, inundated swamp forest, but in the lowlands, we find this in a couple specialized places, and 3 of them are protected. The one that the Nature Conservancy owns is one of the largest and best examples that we have to date. Rick Gardner did a lot of work for the Nature Conservancy a long time ago, and he worked with NatureServe and documented 25 unique plant communities inside the preserve as we know it today. And because this is a large swamp forest, we have a ton of beaver-driven activities here. I mean, the ecosystems are absolutely require beaver. It would be the major disturbance event for our habitats. So this is a snapshot of the Hemlock Swamp Forest. This is our Hemlock Trail, which you can park at the Grand River Conservation Campus and go on this trail, open to the public. You can see the dark nature inside the forest. This is, summertime because these vernal pools have dried down. In the spring, these are flooded, holding salamanders. We get four-toed salamanders that use this habitat, which is a species of conservation concern. And you can see, and typically when you can see how we're getting a lot of lichens and stuff growing on the bottom of these trees. Nice, cool, moist environment. In the middle of summer, it's a great place to go for a walk because you can cool down a little bit in the peak heat of the day. So I also want to talk about protection. So the Nature Conservancy and many other partners, including the state and other local nonprofits, have done a tremendous amount of work in protecting this watershed. 9 to 10% of this watershed is already protected, which is fantastic, except if we're going to achieve 2030 goals of, trying to protect 30% of the land by 2030, we got a long way to go. We got 20% to go. So this is a multi-stakeholder effort, and grant funding has been mission critical as of late in terms of acquisition. A lot of organizations are relying heavily on different programs to fund acquisition to continue these protection efforts. So, as of right now, I'd like to start talking about some of the plants. And one of the ones I'm going to start with is woodland horsetail. It's a potentially threatened species, moist woods. It differs from a lot of our other equisetums as it has its branches have branches, and it looks really feathery and fine. Really unique species, and, clonal just like the rest. So this is a picture. It was the best I could do. It's not really super photogenic in terms of trying to capture a picture while you're out in the field with an iPhone, but this was the best I could do. So I want to speak to the fact that Rick had identified this plant, or had found this plant years ago, but the Nature Conservancy was never actually able to protect the property it was on. So as of December 2022, the property that this population is growing on was protected by the Nature Conservancy as fee simple property. So this population will be protected in perpetuity. So this summer, my goal is to go in, and we're actually going to do some sort of assessment and really look at the overall population of this species. Land use was probably the main threat to this population, and I'm going to show some examples of why I think that here in a second. And as time goes on, we're going to be observing this population and understanding, is it moving on the landscape? Are we gaining? Are we shrinking? What's going on? Because we don't know. And this is the first step with just understanding this plant and conserving it and doing what we can to bolster its population. So I have two aerials side by side, 1938 and 1950. So the one has the outline of the parcel that we just purchased. And you can see the land use. Pastoral lands, you have row crop agriculture. There's a road that kind of goes down the western side. And you can see how there's a lot of row crop agriculture, but then this main block that we've protected is more of pasture and grazing land. And so that star on the landscape represents the population of woodland horsetail, where it would have been on this aerial. So you can see that this species was right at the cusp of being eliminated had they have pushed another 50 yards into that woodland and turned it into cattle grazing land. And just as a side note, because I thought it was fun, the orange circles, when we protected this property, also protected 3 very large bog wetlands, some of which are the largest populations of Virginia chain fern in the state of Ohio. This is what that same property looks like today. So, as a person who's coming in and going to manage this property, it would be really hard to understand what this species has gone through without having gone back and looked at those aerials. Because I would have been looking at this and being like, well, it's in a forested block. Why is it not persistent throughout more of the property? But then you go back and you look at these aerials and you go, oh, wow, it had its habitat cut off. And so now what do we need to do to bolster this population over time? And that's what we're going to be starting to observe and look at. The next species I want to talk about is wild calla lily. No longer a listed species, it's been delisted, but I think it's a really beautiful plant and it is really unique in where it likes to inhabit. It really likes bogs and boggy wetlands. And you can see from the national distribution, this is a northern species, so it's just kind of at its lower limit here, hanging out in Ohio. Mostly in Northeast Ohio. Looks like there's a population over in Williams County, although I've never made it over there, but one day I hope to. And it flowers in early May. So I would say probably about second week of May is when I noticed this plant is about in full bloom. And this is what it looks like. It's beautiful white, shining on these peat dark backgrounds with everything else around it is either green and short because there's no leaves on the trees or they're just starting. So it's kind of this just vibrant beauty just kind of hanging out in the landscape when not much else is happening. So we went out and we observed this population last year and the counts were in the thousands. So it's understandable why it's been delisted. I mean, it didn't take long. You could look in one spot and look at the acres of this habitat that it's in. There's thousands. And so we realized, okay, this population is stable. We don't really need to do much except all of these wetlands inside Morgan Swamp have some legacy of Phragmites growing somewhere. And so this is a constant and persistent threat to this species. So luckily, our TNC has worked closely with partners and we have secured many Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funds to do invasive plant control through the Grand River watershed in many of the areas of Northeast Ohio. And we are continuing to secure those grants to continue our efforts to control invasive species like Phragmites, which we will be doing this summer to protect species like this and other biodiversity that occurs in these ecosystems. Moving on to some of the really highlight species. Heartleaf twiblade orchid, you can see has a very interesting distribution in the United States. This species is found all the way up in Greenland, but it occurs only in Ashtabula County. It is only known from one location in the state, and that is the hemlock yellow birch swamp that is located at the Grand River Conservation Campus in Morgan Swamp. Nice thing to know about this is it blooms in early May, just like the calla lily. This species is, well, let me back up. I mentioned earlier that we have hiking trails at the Grand River Conservation Campus. One of our hiking trails is called the Hemlock Trail. It goes through our hemlock forest. This species grows in the trail. So you can come visit in the early part of May. You don't even have to contact me to try to get some special permit. You can literally walk on the trail and you will find this species growing right there. But you have to look down because it's this tall. So if you're looking for a big showy orchid, it's not that. You're gonna have to get down on your hands and knees and it's probably gonna take you 30 minutes to get your camera to focus and get a good photo. But, so this is what it looks like. That's a pretty decent looking specimen. Like I said, that's probably that tall. I've seen a couple get that tall, but then they droop. Their lower lips can be variable in color, green to yellow to red. Just absolutely, I mean, the foliage at the bottom is actually very striking. And what's really unique is because they're growing in this hemlock understory, there's not a lot of other plants that are growing. So it's really just them thriving in this space. And so here's a nice cluster growing next to a red oak, and then this is my seasonal crew that I had last year. We got out and we did a survey, which we'll talk more about here soon, and you can see the nice hemlock canopy. And the hemlock forest isn't like, we're not talking like Cook State Forest here. I mean, we're talking like 12-inch DBH, 18-inch DBH trees, so. So we conducted our first ever population assessment. I had talked to Rick and Jim and asked them about it, and they're like, well, there's a lot. And I was like, okay, I don't know. Like, let's go figure out what that means. Because it was growing in the trail, and I was concerned about trampling, and I was like, well, let's go figure it out. We surveyed it. It took us multiple work days at the end of the day, and there was over 1,600 individual plants. Not all were in flower, but, I mean, pretty secure, pretty stable, pretty happy plant. While we were doing that, we discovered there are slugs that herbivorize on the flower, which was pretty cool because I saw the plants getting nibbled on and I thought they were deer. And I was like, oh, great, we're gonna have to build another deer fence. And I was like, actually, it's slugs. So if you know anyone who does slug research, I would like to talk to them. And then, so really with a stable population like this, there's not much we have to do. Maybe go back and monitor every 10 years. But one of the major issues we're having in Northeast Ohio is hemlock woolly adelgid. And elongate hemlock scale, which Southern Ohio doesn't have, but everyone up north, we have to deal with that. So once again, TNC and partners, we're working with federal grant dollars, and we're doing a lot of survey work and treatment work in Northeast Ohio to try to manage these non-native insect pests that are affecting our hemlock trees. Because hemlock are keystone species, and species like this are gonna rely on them to be there. So the biggest threat to this population is infestation from non-native insect pests and forest community change. Because if we lose the hemlock, I would say we probably have a 90% chance that we're gonna lose this species, and it's the only population in the state of Ohio. And then on to my last and favorite. This is hands down my favorite. A true Appalachian species, runs up and down, goes up into the New England boggy forest. Really loves these like acidic, wet conifer forest. Only known to occur in Ashtabula County. The largest population occurs on Morgan Swamp. Some of the other populations, I know I've heard some of the older botanists say that they believe that they're presumed probably lost. And so, which even intensifies the need for conservation of the species. So this is what it looks like. It's absolutely brilliant. It's a beautiful flower. If you go into the Appalachians, you go into some hemlock forest, you're probably gonna find this. But here in Ohio, you're only gonna find it at Morgan Swamp. And it is an absolute stunning species when you see it in person. So, you know, when I first started as a seasonal in 2016, you know, we were concerned about this species, and there were some suggestions made that deer browse was really impacting it. Go figure, I mean, it's a trillium. And so this species wasn't flowering. I should mention that. When I was a seasonal, these photos, like Rick, I was just talking to him, he's never seen this population look like this photo. They were all dwarfed, and they weren't flowering. So we came in and we decided to come up with a great idea. Our great idea was to build a really big fence, and that's what we did. So these are a couple colleagues of mine when I was a seasonal back in 2017. We went in February, and we used our amphibious ATVs, and we hauled supplies 3/4 of a mile into the swamp forest, and we built a really big fence. It's 8 foot tall, and it's still standing today. Perfectly rigid structure. We've had a couple tree falls, and we fixed it, and it's kept deer out, and it's been doing an excellent job. So before we built this fence, we knew there was 2 to 3 populations of painted trillium in Morgan Swamp. And few of them were flowering. And when I say a few, I remember only seeing like 2, 3 when I'd go in to visit the big population. And so many of the individuals, they only had 1 leaf. They weren't even 3-leaf plants. Because they were being browsed so much, they only grew 1 leaf and they just kind of sat that way, waiting. They weren't fruiting because they weren't flowering, and the shrub layer was just this tall. So after we built the fence, we also discovered there were multiple other little disjunct populations. Most all of them are less than 10 individuals. But in the big population, we found over 180 flowering plants within a 5 growing season period. We went from 3 to 180, just removing that deer pressure. And we've had 2 years in a row of 180 plus flowering plants. Now the majority of the individuals are full foliage, 3 leaves. We're getting fruits, and the shrub layer is exploding. I mean, it's mostly all viburnums, northern wild raisin and some nannyberry and just a few, maple leaf viburnum. They're all they're growing. They're actually like trying to get to knee height, which is not, can't say they're common in our swamp forest. And so this is just kind of a summary of how I think about, how I'm starting to really think about all of our rare plants and our rare plant conservation. And I want to highlight that protection is the key to protecting these plants, right? Without some sort of protection, I mean, I think if we don't achieve that, then they're kind of in a deficit to start with. But, through this talk, I really wanted to highlight that I just mentioned 4 plants, completely different species, and they've all been threatened by different things that we're trying to tackle as land managers and conservation organizations, right? Land use change, invasive species, forest composition change, and deer browse. These are the four threats that are ubiquitous between every rare plant conversation we have. So we really have to get these plants protected, get the landscape protected, and then start to look at, okay, what are the vulnerabilities that each of these things are suffering from, and how do we reverse that? And that's where we're really at, and that's our planning phase. And we go in and we take action. If it doesn't work, then you adjust and you figure something else out. But, we need to be able to get each one of these plants to get to the fruiting and, be able to reproduce on the landscape and spread. If they're just staying isolated where they're at, what does that say? It seems like they're not going to be resilient and they're going to be vulnerable. So, with that, I'm open for questions. I think we're a few minutes early, so.
Thanks, Derrick. Questions for Derrick? Yeah.
Have you spec'd out a slug fence for the Hartley Twilight?
You might want to repeat the question.
What was the question, Travis?
The question was, has a slug fence been spec'd out for the heartleaf twayblade?
It's coming.
Other questions? Oh.
So the painted trillium comes into bloom about the 3rd week of May. So I know exactly the date, plus or minus a few days, because it's about 4 days before my son was born.
Other questions?
So are the slugs a real problem?
Well, since this is the first time we've ever observed them, it seemed that the slugs didn't have a major impact on the community. There was browse, but it didn't look like we were seeing overbrowse because, out of 1,600 individuals, I'd say less than 20% that were flowering actually got browsed by the slugs. I haven't gone back to ensure that fruiting was happening, but I don't know how much that species makes it to fruit normally. So there's a lot in the ecology I still need to research. Also, side note, that species is pollinated by fungus gnats, at least by one piece of research from the western U.S. Question back there.
Explain why they would only grow in a hemlock grove. Is there something going on here with the roots, or what is it?
Could you repeat the question for the
Yeah,
audience?
so why are they only growing in the hemlock grove? To the best of my knowledge, it has to do a lot with just the habitat that they require. So they like that conifer ecosystem and that cool, moist environment that the hemlock produces, being the ecosystem engineer that the hemlock is.
Other questions? Okay.
You were showing the map of the watershed.
Yeah.
How much of that is the preserve?
Oh, the map of the watershed, how much of it is the preserve? Let me, ooh, angry. Okay, let me get down to the protected lands one. So the green blob, that's Morgan Swamp Preserve. All the brown that you see in there, that's all the other protected lands from partner organizations. Yep.
Was there one?
Yep.
Regarding the Endangered and Morgan Swamp, have you done any preventative work, or are you just taking a wait-and-see approach to see what happens?
So regarding Endangered at Morgan Swamp, we have been doing surveys as part of the Forest Service grant that we have, and we have not located any pest inside the swamp at this current moment. One of the things I'm trying to do is document the location of all the hemlock trees inside the preserve, so that way we know where we have to go to actually survey each individual tree to ensure that we, in the future, we will detect when the pest arrives.
So another question up front here? No?
Is the Grand River a trout stream or salmon stream?
Yes, it is a major steelhead fishing stream. There is a dam at Harpersfield, so everything below the dam, which is a lamprey dam, below that is super high desirable trout fishing.
Okay. All right. Let's thank Derrick one more time. All right. With that, it appears that we've come to the end of another Ohio Botanical Symposium. Those of you who have come many times before will remember that sometimes we've had a form for you to fill out and give suggestions for. We're not doing this year, but there is an email address on the back of the program that if you have any comments or questions or suggestions, you can just go ahead and email those to us. I'd just like to have a few words of thanks here. The Villa Milano crew always does a great job for us, so let's give them a hand. And I think we had a great slate of speakers today, a lot of really interesting talks, so let's just recognize them. And finally, there are a number of organizations that come together to help put this together. I don't think any of them does quite as much in this as the DNR, DNAP, and particularly Rick Gardner, who's hiding in the back there. Let's give Rick a hand. All right, folks, we're done. We'll see you in 2 years. Have a great trip home.